I would like to call this meeting of January 16, 2025 to order. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Here.
Ms. Kenworthy? Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
Here.
An executive session has been noticed for today's meeting pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B to receive legal advice regarding the investigation and termination of the former chief of schools. Is there a motion to convene an executive session?
I move to convene an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B to receive legal advice regarding the investigation and termination of the former chief of schools.
Is there a second? Second. Any comments? It's been moved and seconded that the Board of Education will convene an executive session. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I can't hear you all, but I'm guessing I'm next.
Okay. The board will now convene an executive session in the Ed Center Seminar Room, which is closed to the general public. The Board of Education will reconvene an open session at approximately 4 p.m. to hear from our Jeffco Student Leadership Board members.
One of the key responsibilities of the Board of Education is policymaking. We create and adopt policies that shape how our schools operate, everything from curriculum decisions to policies that ensure every student feels a sense of belonging. Our policies help ensure consistency, fairness, and excellence across all district schools. We work hard to ensure they reflect our community's values and serve students' best interests while following state and federal laws.
Now we return to the public session. We're excited for our first topic of the evening and the opportunity to share a meal with our Jeffco Student Leadership Board. The Jeffco Student Leadership Board is a diverse group of students representing every high school in Jeffco. JSLB is facilitated by Jeffco leaders and community industry leaders who are dedicated to building a community of future leaders in Jeffco. While serving on JSLB, student leaders participate in leadership development opportunities that give them skills and experiences needed to become leaders in their communities and in their own lives after graduation. Our students' experience in JSLB will enhance their education, their leadership development, and showcase the brilliance of today's student generation while preparing them for the future beyond high school graduation. We're grateful for this dedicated time to speak with JSLB members and connect on our shared interests. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Pena.
Good evening, board. It's always nice to see you and spend time with you. So I'm Tara Pena. I'm the Chief of Family and Community Partnerships and one of the lucky district sponsors for the Jeffco Student Leadership Board. We're excited to be here with you this evening to provide some winter updates. To get us started, we're going to have the students introduce themselves. They're going to share their name, their school, their grade, and a fun fact about themselves. Michaela, would you like to get us started?
Yes. Hi, I'm Michaela Heinke. There we go. Try again. Hi, I'm Michaela Heinke, and I'm a senior at Columbine High School. And a fun fact about me is I plan on attending Point Loma Nazarene University next year in San Diego, and I plan on majoring in communications with an emphasis in public relations.
Hello, my name is Gabriella Free. I'm a senior at Jeffco Remote Learning Program, but I also attend Warren Tech, and I am an intern at Outdoor Lab. And a fun fact about me is I want to become a teacher in the future.
Hi, my name is Caden Livingston. I'm a senior at Chatfield Senior High, and a fun fact about me is that I am the thespian board president at my school, and so we are really involved in our musical right now that we are, planning to have completed by the end of February, so yeah.
Hi board, my name's Tom Wallace. I go to Rossin Valley High School. I'm a senior, and a fun fact about me is I like to read nonfiction books.
All right, so the Jeffco Student Leadership Board was created to empower students from across the district to take on active leadership roles, collaborate with district leaders, and contribute to meaningful decision-making processes that directly impact our students, their daily lives, our schools, and more importantly, our Jeffco community. The JSLB vision is to create an experience that brings together education, leadership, and the brilliance of today's student generation to prepare them for the future beyond high school graduation. Well, we have had a really busy fall in the Jeffco Student Leadership Board. So since the last time that we presented to you in October, much of the work that our students have been engaging in is work in our subcommittees. So we have 3 subcommittees. You're going to hear a little bit, some updates from them here just in a moment. And we're also going to talk about just some of the district leader collaboration that our students have had, as well as just some exciting opportunities that they're planning for their Jeffco peers. Oh, no, I'm moving ahead too fast. Go ahead.
Okay, hello again. I am on the Conference Planning Subcommittee. Thank you again for having us here today. I'm so excited to share the progress our committee has made. One of our big goals this year was to take a more active role in the planning process. And honestly, it's been a lot more work than we've been expecting, but it's also been so incredibly rewarding. One of the highlights so far is selecting our theme, which is thinking locally, acting globally. This represents the kind of change we want to inspire this year, starting within our own communities and creating a broader impact. We're currently working on a survey to share with our peers to hear directly from them about what kind of breakout sessions they'd like to see at our conference this year. We're looking forward to collaborating with the Jeffco County community to create meaningful, impactful workshops for our student leaders.
Hi. So our service projects subcommittee has been gearing up for our first service project of the year, our winter wear initiative, which will be lasting from February 10th to the 14th, which will be a district-wide winter clothing drive. We are planning to partner with Serving Kids, a local Jeffco organization. So a really cool thing is that all of our clothes donated will go back to the community, the surrounding community. This year, we're thrilled to have all high schools participating, and to add some friendly competition, the school that collects the most donations will win a trophy. It's a fantastic way to give back to our community while fostering school spirit, and we're excited to see the impact this initiative will have, and we hope you'll help us to spread the word.
Alrighty, so I'm a part of the Public Relations Subcommittee, and over the past few months, we've been focusing on building our social media presence, especially on Instagram and TikTok, since those are the platforms our peers use the most. One of our current projects is a video highlighting our different perspectives as students. It's a day-in-the-life look at what being a student today is really like. We're also working with a vendor to get new gear, which is super exciting. And this month, one of our own JSLB members will take professional headshots for everyone at our next in-person meeting. It's been a very busy but exciting few months, and we're looking forward to continuing to grow and share our work.
So each fall with our JSLB, we host a fall retreat. And this year we met in November, and it was a full day dedicated to setting the foundation for our year together as a leadership board. Students worked on building trust and relationships. There might have been some really friendly competition that was a building activity that they had to collaborate on that got a little rowdy, but it was a lot of fun. Students collaborated in their subcommittees and then had the distinct privilege of presenting to Superintendent Dorland their leadership profile. So if you recall, in October, we shared that students did take the youth emergenetics and are learning about themselves as leaders as we commit to being leaders, building a community of leaders. So they shared those profiles as well as some of their hopes and goals for their subcommittees. And we're now excited. They're going to share a little bit with you about some of the opportunities that they've had to collaborate with district leaders this fall as well.
Okay. Last semester, we had a really insightful school safety session with Executive Director Jeff Pearson and his team. We discussed what makes us as students feel safe, and then who contributes to our feeling of safety. It was a great conversation because while we often hear about school safety, it's not very often we get to contribute to that conversation. We also learned some surprising facts about Jeffco's safety efforts, like the fact that we have our own dispatch center. It was eye-opening and really emphasized how much effort goes into keeping our schools safe every day.
I also would like to share about an incredible opportunity that we had with the High School Reimagined team. We gave real feedback about what makes teachers engaging and what makes their class content stand out. We also shared the names and subjects of some of our favorite teachers who now have the chance to be filmed to share their practices with others. It was so inspiring to see our input shaping this process and knowing that more students could benefit from amazing teachers like the ones that we admire.
Thank you once again for having me. I wanted to highlight a unique and genuine conversation we had recently with Matt Polero, the Chief of Student Success Officer, and Lisa Raylu, the Chief of Staff. We talked about how we use technology and social media, and it was refreshing to have an honest dialogue about its impact on our lives. We discussed how everything we know about social media, what's appropriate to post, how to stay safe, and how it can impact opportunities. We've just learned as we've gone. We also had a very interesting discussion about how we learn to navigate social media through life naturally rather than primarily through school. It was an eye-opening experience to reflect on how social media affects our development, mental health, and even future opportunities. It was a rare conversation, and it meant a lot to have that space to share and feel heard.
All right, so at this time, we'd like to open the floor to you to ask your questions directly to students. So we do appreciate you submitting your questions ahead of time, as it allowed our leaders to thoughtfully prepare for the discussion. And they're excited to share their perspectives and engage with you in this meaningful dialogue. So I don't know if there's a particular order that you'd like to go, but if somebody'd like to kick us off and ask your question, the students are ready.
All right, I will start.
Perfect.
First of all, I'm so impressed, before I ask my question, of the activities that you've been involved in, and especially the video that you talked about. I would love to see it, so if there's a way we can get access to it, so.
Yes, it will be posted on our Instagram. If you guys want to follow it, I'll make sure you get that.
All right, so yeah, let us know the Instagram account. Okay, thanks. So I was really excited that we have all the high schools involved in JSLB. And so my question is pretty simple. Is there something that you learned about in your time on JSLB that another school is doing that you wish your school would do?
Okay, well, I can answer first. So it isn't so much another thing that a school has been doing that I wish or would hope to bring to our school, but there are a lot of things that I learned about in terms of like opportunities that our school has that I wasn't aware that other schools didn't have. There was a lot of cases I go to Chatfield, and so we are very lucky to have access to a lot of classes to choose from in terms of AP classes and concurrent enrollment. And there were a lot of people that are part of JSLB that hadn't even heard of concurrent enrollment classes before and things like that, and obviously weren't offered at their schools. And so it was just kind of, eye-opening to see that we have different like experiences in that way, and yeah.
And I'll just emphasize what Caden said as well. I know we had a chat just before this about how, not necessarily myself, but a lot of members in JSLB have talked about how they wish there were more concurrent enrollment opportunities at their schools.
Is there anyone another answer? If you think of it later, you can bring it up. Thank you for that, and I will pass it on now to Danielle. Dr. Varda, are you?
Dr. Varda's not here right now, so I just told Ms. Zabata that I would take care of that question.
All righty.
So, on behalf of Dr. Varda, what has been the most important lesson, good and bad, that you've learned about leadership from adults in leadership positions?
I would say for me, it's probably just the value of authenticity and just sticking up for what you're passionate about and what drives you while still maintaining honesty and trust.
And it's also like one of the important lessons I've learned. As a leader and being in a leadership position, you have a high expectation to have all the answers. And what I've learned from these amazing adults that are sitting in the room, especially Miss Tara here, and she's always says, it's okay if you don't know the answer. It's okay if you don't know what is right to do, what decisions to make right now. It's just how you think about it, how you collaborate about how to find those answers. And of course, there aren't always the right answers or the wrong answers. It's just those expectations that we have as leaders is to always have answers right away. So
I had a very good lesson that I've learned, especially within recent years, from one of my choir teacher. He taught me a lot about being entitlement and things like that, and that you are not entitled to anything, and that no matter what situation you're in, no matter like what you are given prior to working on something, you're not entitled to anything. And so that was a really good lesson, I think, for me to learn. And obviously over time in school and things like that, I've kind of learned that, not all adults are going to give you the same level of respect, unfortunately. But for the most part, I think that, a lot of my teachers have been really good about giving me really good lessons and wisdom, and yeah.
And I would like to add just one last thing, like the communication that is involved for leaders. The good leaders, they have so much work they put in, but then as other people, we can't see any of the work. We just see the amazing results that they have. And as a leader, it's been really cool seeing how much effort is required to make a project go really well.
Okay, well, I'm going to follow up with my question. So as a board, we've been talking a lot about trust, and trust with each other, trust with district leaders, trust with our communities and our constituents. So I'm wondering whether our students trust that school and district leaders have their best interests at heart, and whether we can do more to earn your trust. And if there is, then give us some ideas of what that would look like.
And you can be honest with us.
For me, I would probably just say prioritizing communication. I think it's really difficult because I think a lot of the information that is put out there is to our parents, and so a lot of times students don't really know what's going on. And so for me, the biggest thing I would just say prioritizing communication and maybe finding better ways to reach the youth with that, because we don't oftentimes know what's going on in the school district because our parents are getting the emails and our teachers, but the kids who it's actually affecting don't always know what's going on because it hasn't been communicated to us in the easiest way. Yeah.
I think that there is some manners as well, like through the Panorama survey specifically that I know my school does, and I'm pretty sure it's Jeffco-wide, is that I feel like there is a lot of things that my principal is especially very good at bringing to the attention if a lot of students in that survey express like wanting something to change in that regard. But there's also some things that I think that are kind of not even necessarily specific to our school that we have like talked about that are more of like district-wide concerns from students. So I guess like I trust that our district has the best intentions at heart. I just think sometimes it's a bit harder to compound like everybody's views from across all schools into one, like this is what we should do as a district rather than these schools are doing these things on their individual level. So yeah, yeah.
And I would like to point out, I do trust what you guys do. I know you have our best interest in mind. I know my school has my best interest in mind. And I just need to learn to understand what they're doing and kind of the reasoning behind everything. That's what I would love to learn. You make so many different policies, but I would like to learn, why did you make these policies? And I'm sure there's resources out there, but they're not readily available for me as an individual.
It's all really, really excellent feedback. Really excellent feedback. Thank you. Are we doing just questions, or do we get to do dialogue also?
This is your time. You can do whatever you want.
I want to jump back to, it was Dr. Varda's question that Director Reed asked, and you talked about, what you've learned from leadership from adults. And I think I say this every time I talk to you guys, but Caden, you mentioned the way teachers reflect to you, and I want to share that doesn't necessarily change as an adult. There's times that I think all of us sitting up here, and probably every adult out there, has had someone maybe not, trying to figure out where I'm going with this, not always understand the position you're coming from or share that. And so I just want to encourage you all that adult or kid doesn't matter, you guys are leaders. And that's really powerful, and that will carry with you your whole life. So my question is that one of our hot topics out there in the ether right now is cell phone policies. And in Jeffco, there are other school districts across the state. Some have taken policies, some are not. And I know that we are, I'm really proud that we are letting kind of schools take a look at what may work and what may not. But I also wholeheartedly expect us to get pressure to make a district policy. And so I would really love to hear your perspective, if your school has implemented one, how it's working, what you've liked, what you haven't liked, so that we can make sure that whatever policies we do decide have a heavy student voice, especially in this.
What I would say is, from my personal experience as a freshman, and I'm currently now a senior, as a freshman and sophomore, being told to put my phone up in the phone pocket, probably for the best, would have been playing games on my phone, would have wanted to be on it. My biggest frustration is when I'm going into a senior level classes that are called college bound or AP, and I'm being told to put my phone in a phone pocket when I'm going to be going off to college in a few months, and they're not going to mediate that. So I think the hardest thing is, a big part of high school is preparing us for our future and preparing us to be responsible and take accountability for our own actions. And when I am a senior in high school being told to put my phone up in a phone pocket in a college level class, how am I supposed to learn how to take accountability for my learning when I go off to college if I'm not being taught how to advocate for myself now?
And I love that question specifically because right before break, I read on a headline that Boulder County just specifically banned cell phones being in the school property. So luckily, we haven't had to do that yet, so thankfully. But I feel like, to Michaela's point, I do absolutely see where Michaela's coming from, and I would absolutely 100% agree with that. And I mean, freshman and sophomore, yeah, it's beginning of high school, so they kind of need some boundaries and regulations to follow, you know, as like high expectations of high school, which is absolutely, that's why that policy is there. But senior year, like, come on, there's better ways to implement, like, hey, like, don't use your cell phone. Like, it doesn't even have to be, you have to put it in the pocket, or else there's gonna be problems associated with that. And I feel like that could also associate with individual responsibility. If the student is advocating, like, hey, I am responsible, I am a senior, and I know what is gonna happen if I'm not responsible. That's one thing, but telling a senior to put up their phone in their pocket until the end of class, and then they can grab it, it's a whole nother problem within itself. That's like a lack of trust. And as seniors, I feel like we deserve that little bit more personal responsibility and trust that teachers should have in us by this point in our high school career.
I've been student teaching with a 3rd and 4th grade classroom, and for them, they have their phones, but they are required to keep them in their backpacks, muted, and I think that's really great for like elementary school. And then for older kids, you can't stop them from having their phones. If you try, I've seen it, people try and sneak their phones in despite all of the rules. So having like a class to teach responsibility with your cell phone would be best, because like Michaela said, we are getting ready to go to college, and it's just like a really great opportunity to learn how to figure ourselves out and then put boundaries for our phones on ourselves and kind of work ourselves. What's the word I'm looking for? Like work with ourselves to figure out what's best for us.
It's what a lot of people have been saying. It's just, it's kind of, I absolutely understand why it's in place. The main thing though is that I think a lot of people that are using phones within class and actively like ignoring the teacher and things like that, and kind of, yeah, using their phone instead. A lot of these kids aren't really like finding, if like putting their phone away and like being told to do so. In my opinion, and just from what I've seen, a lot of the kids that have had an issue with that in the first place are also like the same ones that wouldn't be like trying or like not putting in as much effort regardless, because their phone is just a way to just like distract them from like what is going on in the present anyway. So that, yeah, just kind of like, it's just very hard. Like I said, I know why it exists, but it's also just very hard just being constantly reminded that I am 18 and that I'm about to go to college, that I'm about to like have so much autonomy, but also at the same time, while this is being told to me, I have to have my phone in a pocket. It's just, yeah.
So what I'm hearing, please tell me if I'm not hearing it right, is guidance is helpful as we are younger students, and even things like during study hall or Bobcat, sorry, you can tell where my kids went to school, Bobcat time, you could have had teachers talk about like, hey, here's the expectation in middle school going into high school, and like, here's how to use your phone appropriately. And then in high school, having those guidelines, but also kind of holding accountable, not as all of the adults, I think, up here have the phone right here. We would sometimes benefit from that coaching too, right? So I would. I'm not going to say the we, I'm going to say I. And so I think that is important for us to consider as we think about it.
I think I'm going to ban cell phones at school board meetings for the board. What do you think?
Don't. But I think that point, Mary, is really well taken, right? Because my blood pressure just spiked when you said that. So I just want us to make sure that we are taking, that's really, really great feedback. So thank you. And if there is other feedback, Ms. Pena, and the whole group, I mean, this would be something I would be fascinated to hear from all the schools, because I know each school is kind of approaching it differently. And so if I could ask the board to come back to us with some advice, it would really be around, if we were to consider, not saying we are, not, I'm going to get all the emails after this. If we were to consider something that was consistent across the district, allowing schools to obviously go above and beyond if they needed or wanted, but what would the students suggest we consider? Thank you.
It's my turn, and I never can ask just one question. It's really hard. So I've provided you with a variety, and I will let you select which one you would like to respond to, if any. I'm so excited every time that JSLB is going to come. I have so many questions, and it's hard to squeeze all the conversation I want to have with you into. We have, 12 minutes left. So I will let you pick and choose from the questions I've provided. But I think overall what I'm getting at is we have 4 seniors in front of us. Is that accurate? Yeah? And so here you are, halfway through your senior year, looking towards the conclusion of your time with Jefferson County. And we have a lot of students who are coming behind you. So how do we pave the way for more students to step into leadership? That's ultimately what I'm really curious about.
I can answer the first question on here. I can read it for people if they want, but it says, what are the hopes for future student leaders in Jeffco? And for me, I just think I would really encourage them to get involved and know that their voice can be heard. I think it's a really difficult concept to understand that this is a system run by adults for students. And it's a really scary thing to know that as a student in high school, I do have a voice and I am able to get involved. So I honestly think that's something that we as JSLB can do, is just encouraging the students behind us to get involved and let them know, even though it is a scary thing and it is a system run by adults, that we do have a voice and we can get involved. So
I mean, this is a great, this program specifically is a great program to get started with, to become a leader, to be in a leadership role, to hear what you guys have to say as leaders in our district. So just having these opportunities where students can be able to apply to those positions and learn from adults what it's like to be a leader, and to have the adult support to encourage them to, hey, you know, I see you as a great leader. Here's what you should do. Just give them a little push. And so maybe they take this position, maybe they're not, but at least you gave them the option.
I feel like this all kind of like ties together into the question, like that, like all the questions in a way, is that like, what are the future hopes for, what are the hopes for future student leaders in Jeffco, and like, what are some obstacles, like systemic obstacles facing students? I think the main thing that I think even like our board has talked about just so many times, and just like throughout schools and things like that, is that we feel that the learning experience right now is very much tied to the past, and there are a lot of opportunities that, especially like with that is being approached by High School Reimagined, that we think would be great to be implemented, and this would encourage also student leaders and things like that. It's like we were, I forgot, I don't remember, it was Michaela, but talking about like just knowing the reasoning behind why things in schools exist, and why these actions are being taken and why certain courses have continued and haven't really changed since when they were initially put into the system. And so kind of just updating that for as generations come and encouraging students to advocate for their own generation that is coming into school and things like that, I think is a really great way to help these students understand that it doesn't have to be tied to what it's been. And so, yeah. But, yeah.
I just want to say that's high school reimagined.
You guys can also ask us questions. If you have any, no pressure.
Board, any follow-up questions or anything you'd like to know a little bit more about?
Is there anything that, like, right now, you know, that you would like to hear the why for? I just wondered if there had been any burning, like you guys were talking
Yeah,
and, you know, it
I need
just
to, like,
keeps
write
coming
these
up over and
down.
over. Why on earth do we do this thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Another question to bring back.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I need to write these down.
One of the things I really appreciate, you talk a lot about advocacy, right? We are a bunch of adults that were in high school a long time ago. And so it is really helpful for us because, like any leader, you get in your lens, right? And your bubble. And all of us have slightly different bubbles that we try to work together on. And so I would hope that you would take back to your fellow student bodies, like, there's public comment every time, and we will always help a student come talk. And so I just want to make sure that you all know that you are powerful as a board, but you are powerful as individuals, and I think we always welcome emails, phone calls, and comments from students.
Yeah, I want to follow that. As we move forward with our meeting tonight and other meetings in the future, if you know that we are considering something or there's something happening in the district and you're like, oh, why couldn't they just think this thing, you know, and you have a viewpoint and you feel like, how do I get this out there? How do I share it? You can email us. You can come to public comment. You can, if somebody else has said that to you at school, I wish that this was just different, this one thing, this, you know, because I know there have been times in working environments that I've been in, and I consider the school environment that you're in is very much your work. That's what you're doing for work right now. That I would notice something that was happening systemically and go, what is this? What is the why? Why is it happening this way? Why is the process this way? But so often we feel like, oh, if I raise this question, then I'm going to have to be involved in finding a solution, and like people are going to talk to me, and I may make somebody mad, you know. And so all of those considerations, and you go, oh, I'll just put up with it. Nobody else looks bothered by it. But I want to encourage you to actually say the thing, right? And there's a little bit of like courage and leadership to say the thing and to ask the why and ask the question when you notice it. Because that is the most authentic and real moment in leadership, is when you have the initial, the cognitive dissonance, the question about, I see this thing and it's not lining up. What is that? Ask that question, and if somebody brings that to you, another student, and you go, oh, hey, you're thinking like a leader, have you heard about JSLB, right? I want to make sure that our students know that this program is available. I'm thrilled that it exists, and I want to see ways that we build pathways for our students to really step into this and be able to ask the questions and be curious and wonder why. It makes all of us better when leaders ask those questions. That's how we move forward, and that's how we grow together. So I really appreciate you being willing to spend your time on the JSLB. I know senior year is a busy year. You've got a lot of things going on, so thank you for being willing, and thanks for talking with us today.
And I'm going to echo one more thing. I also realize as a parent of a senior in high school and all the way down to a 4-year-old in the district, not all students understand that there's like this Board of Education that exists, but you all do. And so that would be my other ask back, is like, students may not know who to even raise that to, or parents. And so feel free to share that too. Like, hey, there's this crazy board of ladies and they make a lot of decisions and you should go talk to them. Because even letting folks know how a district is run is really powerful.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for coming.
I think
it's hard for kids in general, and I think it's easier when you've been identified as a leader, though it still can be difficult, to approach adults, especially adults in positions of power. There's sort of this feeling like, there's an assumption, I think, sometimes that we don't listen. That, you don't vote, so why would we listen? I heard that from my students all the time. Fun fact, I taught at Columbine for 30 years. So I heard that all the time. I used to give that as an assignment to have my kids write to an elected official about an issue that they cared about, and they were like, they don't care what I have to say. Like, no, they're still gonna be running for office by the time you vote. So yeah, they do care. But the thing that, I've said this to you before, I'm gonna say it again, I serve students. I am accountable to voters and parents, but I do not serve them. I serve you. So go back and tell your friends, those people serve us. They are maybe accountable to voters in different ways, but the reason they ran for the school board is to do the best that they can for us. And they can't do that without our feedback. So yeah, tell us. You can ask anybody. It's really hard to hurt my feelings anyway. But my feelings are not your concern, frankly. Your education is your concern.
I was just wondering, how successful have you all been in letting your schools know that the JSLB exists?
I mean, I would say we've done an okay job, but being completely honest, we could definitely do better. I know that a lot of schools have school networks. I think it'd be a really good idea for the next time we meet to have a talk about how we can spread the word about who we are and what we do, because we're all leaving, so it's important that we leave a legacy behind and let students know that they have a really cool opportunity to be a part of something like this.
I just want to tell you, so I've gone around and I've had some meetings with a couple of the high schools in our my articulation areas with sort of their internal school student leadership. And I'm going to a middle school at the end of this month. And this will be one of my talking points, is I'm trying to engage middle schoolers in that conversation. What types of leadership do you want to move into, right? Moving from middle school to high school, and then letting them know that JSLB is an option for them. Not the only option, but is an option, and one that I think really highly of. So I'm hoping to do some of that message spreading in middle schools by meeting with some of those burgeoning student leaders who are trying to figure out if that's a part of how they see themselves, and I hope it is. But I'll be out there telling your story.
So is there anything else that you would like us to know?
All right, well, we do have up on the screen here just some important dates that we have coming up for the spring. So you'll see the Winter Wear Initiative dates that we have. We will be spending some time with you early in April for Cabinet for a Day and our Board of Education Roundtable. I know that our students shared last year that the fireside chat that they had with the board was one of the most meaningful experiences. We're also scheduling some time for our students to visit the Capitol to meet with our state legislators. We did that last year, and it was also a meaningful experience. And then, as always, please save the date. We have our second annual Jeffco Student Leadership Conference, Friday, April 25th, and we'll see you again on April 2nd. Thank you so much for all that you do to serve our students.
And where is that conference on the 25th?
The conference will be, again, at Arvada West.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much. I think this is the highlight of our day today, our meeting today. So come more often, okay?
Thank you. Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you.
And we will take just a brief, 2-minute break, just so we can clear the table of our wonderful meal. I would like to call this regular meeting of January 16, 2025 to order. I'd like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us tonight. We're also live streaming our meeting. If you're here in person tonight, if you got here early, you got to meet the wonderful students from the Leadership Board, the JSLB, and it's always a pleasure to connect with students and see firsthand the extraordinary student experiences. I want to note that the order of our agenda has shifted tonight. Typically, the board and the superintendent provide updates at the end of the meeting, but tonight we will do so directly following public comment. Now, would you all please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? We didn't do the roll call. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we will do the roll call. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Here.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Here.
Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
Here.
Is there a motion regarding tonight's meeting agenda?
I move to approve tonight's meeting agenda as presented in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any objection? It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda of January 16, 2025 as presented in board docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Sorry, yes.
The agenda is approved. Every month, the Board of Education has the pleasure of recognizing students, staff, community members, and schools for their achievements and contributions to our community. Now, we will move into honors and recognitions. For our first recognition of the evening, I will hand it over to Director Reed.
Thank you, President Parker. For our first recognition of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to honor Hackberry Hill Elementary School team for their efforts to support Jeffco students and families this past holiday season through hosting their annual Holiday Giving Tree campaign. Will Don Cleaney, principal, and his dedicated team please join us at the front of the room to receive the Jeffco Thrives recognition? The Hackberry Hill Elementary community has once again demonstrated its incredible generosity and giving spirit. Their recent Giving Tree campaign was a resounding success, resulting in the collection of over 200 holiday gift cards valued at over $5,000 for families in need within their school community. In the words of Sarch, Hackberry Hill's Family Engagement Liaison, this achievement is a testament to the strength and compassion of our school community. By coming together to support our families, we have shown that kindness and empathy are at the heart of who we are. These gift cards will make a significant difference in the lives of many children and their families for the holiday season. They will provide access to essential groceries and will bring the magic of the holidays to children through the gift of toys and experiences. We are incredibly grateful to each and every member of our community who participated in this campaign. Their contributions have brought joy and hope to families who may have otherwise struggled during this festive season. Please join us in recognizing Hackberry Hill Elementary and the leadership of the principal, Don Cleaney. We honor you for removing barriers. Sorry about that, getting bossy up here. For removing barriers, building community, and empowering Jeffco students and families with a sense of independence and belonging in support of successful and bright futures. And now I will pass it off to President Parker for the next recognition.
The Board of Education is pleased to honor the following teachers for being awarded as December Talented Teachers. Rusty Austin, North Nevada Middle School, Physical Education Teacher. Heidi Bankoff, Arvada West High School, Earth Science CTE Energy Teacher, and Michelle Laughlin, Lucas Elementary Digital Teacher Librarian. Rusty is unfortunately unable to join us tonight, but Heidi and Michelle, please come up to the front of the boardroom to receive our People, Our Strength recognition. These staff members were selected as December's Jeffco Talented Teachers for going above and beyond to provide extraordinary student experiences that recognize their students' strengths, challenge them to improve, and support them to succeed. As stated in her nomination, Heidi ensures that every student in her class has access to meaningful learning experiences and opportunities. She designs engaging, hands-on labs that keep students actively connected to the curriculum. Additionally, she continually develops her CTE Energy course, enabling students to earn industry certifications that open doors to well-paying jobs or college applications. She's truly exceptional. With a focus on creating exceptional student experiences, Michelle Laughlin is always doing STEAM and Creation Station lessons while following the curriculum for all grade levels and enhancing those topics with fun activities for the students. She reaches out to teachers to ensure she is adding lessons that follow what the students are learning at that time and adjusts as needed. She is friendly and kind to all at Lucas. Championing a whole child approach plays a specific role in education. Research shows that providing whole child extraordinary student experiences fosters a positive school climate and a culture of value and belonging. Please join us in celebrating our outstanding December Talented Teachers for living our district value of extraordinary student experiences and creating a community of belonging where all students can thrive. Now I will pass it off to Director Kenworthy for a pretty special recognition.
Yay. Thank you, President Parker. The Board of Education is pleased to honor all of our district fall state champions. Will our fall champions and their coaches please come to the front of the boardroom as you're called to receive the Our Learners, Our Future recognition. Will the following individuals make your way to the front of the room to receive this award? Ralston Valley's Game Day Dance Spirit State Champions, come on up. I'm gonna give you some stage directions, if I will. If the Spirit Squad from Ralston Valley, if you can head over to that side of the front of the room, because then I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna give each of the groups an award, or a stack of them. And so just so it's not weird and awkward for all of us milling around in the front, I'm gonna give stage directions. So come on up there. Now is a good time to come on up. And then we have Evergreen High School's boys golf 3A state champions, which includes, hold on, let me read names real quickly, Tyler Long, Luke Sabina, and Lincoln McKay. I hope I'm saying those correctly. And their coaches can come on up in the middle, be in the middle. And finally, if Kira White and Celie Beecher, some of our, it looks like vault and bars individual state champions in gymnastics, can come on up. You can be over here on this far side. Over this. You can see me. Woohoo! And then turn around and face your adoring fans right now for this moment while I read this stuff. For the first time in history this December, the Colorado High School Activities Association crowned a Spirit State Champion in the game day dance discipline. As a former dancer and dance coach, I can't tell you how excited I am that I get to give this award to you tonight, and also that we get to watch highlights of our Ralston Valley's cheer team. Drew, please cue the video, and you can turn back around if you want to watch it. Yeah, you get to be up here. Hold on, it's over there. Can we restart that? Hold on. We're gonna restart it so you can see the whole thing. I want to see the whole thing, okay? Let's restart. It's so hard for me to not talk into the microphone like a judge would at a competition and be like, nice transitions, nice sharp arms. One of the goals in Jeffco Thrives 2025 is that all Jeffco students have extraordinary student experiences that recognize their strengths, challenge them to improve, and support them to succeed. Extracurricular activities and athletics are critical components of the extraordinary student experience in Jeffco. The athletes, the activities represented here tonight, including golf and gymnastics as well, know the importance of preparation and practice. The problem solving, critical thinking, and interpersonal skills that serve them so well on the mat, the field, and the green will help them achieve their biggest dreams. Please join me in congratulating all of the Fall 2024 Jeffco individual and team state champions this year to date. Just the fall, y'all. We also thank their coaches and families who inspired them and helped them succeed. Let's give it up for our state champs. And now I'm passing this off to President Parker for our next award.
So next, the Board of Education is pleased to recognize the Arvada Elks Club number 2278 for their efforts to build community and their contributions to Jeffco students and families through their holiday support program. Will Mr. Joe Lutz, and I'm not sure if it's Lutz or Lutz, please come on forward. And members of the Arvada Elks Club that you've got with you, please come to the front of the boardroom to receive our community, our legacy recognition. Joe, Arvada Elks member and an operator in our very own Jeffco print shop, as well as members from the Arvada Elks Lodge number 2278, are here with us to be recognized for this incredible collaboration benefiting Jeffco students and families. Led by their mission of the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks, our local Arvada Lodge serves the Jeffco community through charitable programs and promotes the welfare of its members. Beginning in 1965 and in continuing through 2022 at Christmas time, Lodge 2278 has been providing food and support to Jeffco families experiencing hardship in Arvada. In 2022, with changes in the way food can be delivered and wishing to protect the privacy of the families, the Arvada Elks Lodge transitioned to providing gift cards to Jeffco families during the holiday season. In the words of Joe, with the partnership and help of Susan Kimes Demboski, Jeffco Title I Family Engagement Liaison Coordinator, we were able to donate over $55,000 of King Soopers gift cards in the last 2 years, serving over 400 needy families. This outstanding program positively impacts households from young families to aging adults across Arvada. The Holiday Support Program was developed so that the Arvada Elks Lodge could provide additional support services to the community. In Jeffco, we aspire to be a world-class school district, and that requires us to maximize our partnerships. Please join us in celebrating the Arvada Elks Lodge 2278 for their commitment to ensuring Jeffco students and families have access to community services like the Holiday Support Program that prepares Jeffco students for bright and successful futures as local and global citizens. Now I will pass it off to Director Applegate for our last recognition.
For our final celebration of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to honor and recognize Intermountain Health for their donation of hospital equipment to 2 Jeffco schools for their Career Pathways programming. Will Heather Speaks, Intermountain Health Lutheran Manager of Integrative Health, please join us at the front of the room to receive our Community, Our Legacy recognition. About 4 months ago, Intermountain's Lutheran Medical Center moved from its campus on 38th Avenue in Wheat Ridge to the new Lutheran Hospital on 44th Avenue and I-70. As a result of the move, some equipment and supplies remained unclaimed. Fast forward to this month and the delivery of multiple donated beds, mannequins, wheelchairs, stethoscopes, gloves, and more to Bear Creek and Arvada High School. Tia Nemitz, Bear Creek High School Assistant Principal, explained to Intermountain Healthcare that Bear Creek participates in its Alternative Cooperative Education, a program that aims to train students in career paths. And in the words of Tia, what we want to do is get more students with an industry certification so they can leave high school and get into a job with a livable wage. She added that some students use the certification to work while they continue their college education in healthcare. Bear Creek students were training to become certified nurses assistants, or CNAs, but they had to travel off campus for classes. And with this donation from Lutheran, the school can open its own lab on campus. They are planning to hire a CNA teacher and offer classes the fall of 2025, so this year. The donation of medical equipment and supplies from Intermountain Health's Jeffco Public Schools will help build tomorrow's healthcare workforce, enabling students to learn in real-life settings. This is also something that is so critical and what I love to see. I'm going off script. as a board member, as the partnership in our community, and it truly means the world to us to be able to offer this to our students, so thank you. Please join us in celebrating Intermountain Health Lutheran Hospital for championing programs and initiatives that build our community and create opportunities for Jeffco students to thrive and be prepared for bright and successful futures.
A sincere thank you to all our recognized honorees this month. It's our pleasure to honor you for your commitment to our community. Thank you very much. And we will now turn to our board proclamations. The board publicly recognizes special events and significant issues by issuing proclamations. In the month of January, we are commemorating World Braille Day, January 4th, National Law Enforcement Day, January 9th, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, January 20th, and International Holocaust Remembrance Day, January 27th. I encourage you to read the Jeffco School Board's proclamations. Items 6.01 through 6.04 are presented in the board docs as proposed proclamations for the month of January. Do I have a motion regarding the approval of the proclamations?
I move to approve items 6.01 through 6.04 on the Actions Proclamations section as published in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the January proclamations as presented in board docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
And now we will turn to public comment. This is an opportunity for the community to share their thoughts with the board. During public comment, the board does not engage in discussion with or response to individuals. The board will now listen to public comment on any topic for up to 1 hour. If more time is required, we will have a second public comment at the end of this meeting. There's a 3-minute time limit per individual speaker. If there are 4 or more people who sign up to address the board, they will have 10 minutes for that group's view to be presented. Each speaker has been given a number, and the board invites you to come up in order. When the person before you completes their comments, you may step up to the podium. We listen with respect and ask those who address the board to do the same. So, does someone have number 1 for public comment? Please come on up to the podium. Welcome. Please make sure the microphone is on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and just tell us your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Great. My name's Adam Landrum. I live in Broomfield, right on the border of Westminster and Broomfield. My 2 little boys go to Ryan Elementary in kindergarten and 3rd grade. I'm here today for parking lot and pickup and drop-off safety. It's been a bit of a hot topic for the past 2 years. There are some, I believe parents for the most part are unaware of Jeffco policy. For example, the speed limit in parking lots is 5 miles per hour. We have parents that are going well above that speed limit. I suggest that we, add additional striping, speed limit signs, additional crosswalk hash marks, big slow letters and within the parking lot, speed bumps or dips, and then the speed signage, as I mentioned. I have a petition here that I've been standing in front of the school for the past 2.5 months, gathering signatures. I have about 40 of them. One of the parents, he works in construction, and he suggested, because of his experience, that we redesign or rethink the hug and go zone to utilize the bus drop-off loop instead, because there's only one bus from Sheridan Green neighborhood that was closed down 2 years ago, and move that out to the street, but push that curb back a little bit, where we have a bunch of large rock, add a sidewalk and a crosswalk straight to the school there. I think that would help at least provide some flow as well, because the parking lot itself is somewhat outdated and doesn't have a good flow. Parents can only turn right out of it in the mornings because it creates a bit of a slow binding point there. And then I think the last thing to kind of help things out would be to get Ryan staff more involved. My kids originally went to Ralston and Genesee, and the staff there was much more engaged during pickup and drop off, helping the kids get in and out of the cars, also at crosswalks, etc. So that's why I'm here, safety.
Thank you. Did you want to give that petition to someone?
Absolutely.
Can I also just ask President Parker if it's okay for Mr. Gatlin? If you could connect with Mr. Landrum on his way out, if Mr. Landrum has a few minutes, to just make sure that we have your contact info and our chief operating officer, who manages things like parking lots, can connect back with you about some of your
Absolutely.
concerns. Our safety and security team can also at times collaborate with our facilities team to support some of your concerns.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Who has number 2? Welcome. Please give us your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nancy Sacalides Tucker. I am from Littleton, and I have a child that attends Dakota Ridge High School. I'm here this evening to present and discuss how Jeffco School District is leaving kids behind and not living the values in the Jeffco Thrives 2025 strategic plan. The current recovery policy, as you may know, requires the student to complete either summer school, online school, or classes through BYU. My son has completed 3 classes through BYU, and when I inquired on when the grades and GPA would be updated, I was astonished to find out the students not receive the new grade. Students receive a notification on their transcript saying they recovered the credit. I then went on to research how other Colorado school districts and districts across the country manage this and found there is a combination of deliverables. 1, as Jeffco, you do not receive the grade. 2nd, the student receives an average of the new and old grade. And finally, receiving the new grade. A friend informed me her son failed the same exact class as mine, but in Cherry Creek. He went on to summer school for 3 weeks, 3 days a week, and the other 2 in the week were optional. Received an A, and is now an electrical engineering first-year student at UCCS. My son's tutor is a college professor at MSU, and she informed me in college that failed class is removed from the transcript, and once the class has been retaken and passed, that is what is shown. My son has 8 units in his BYU class. Each unit consists of a pre-unit quiz, a mid-unit quiz, an end-unit quiz, and then the final. My son earned an overall grade of 91.1. However, no one will ever see this on his transcript or in his GPA. 2 of the values listed in your strategic plan are equity and focus on students. The current recovery process does not allow you to live those values. Equity. My son's GPA could never get to a 3.0 or greater at this point, even with straight A's for the remainder of this school year, which he's not going to get. This prevents him from applying for the colleges he would like to attend. It would force him to retake these classes again for a 3rd time at community college, which costs money, extends his time in college, costing more money, and he has done more work in the BYU recovery than he did in his normal semester class at Dakota Ridge. Go ahead, compare the syllabus between Dakota Ridge and BYU. In addition, he does not get a discount on his car insurance, and there are jobs he cannot apply to because they require a 3.0. If Jeffco replaced those grades he earned, he would have a 3.0 or greater and receive these earned opportunities. There is a financial impact to this decision. My son is fortunate to come from a financially secure home, but what about those kids that do not? You're making it even harder for them to get ahead. If we focus on the students, I imagine the data of the students who fail classes would prove there are some underlying circumstances that led to the child receiving that failing grade. Kids do not strive to fail, as we all know. When given the opportunity to do better, they prove and they can do. You, as a school district, do not focus on the students and the downstream impacts of the credit recovery policy you currently have in place. It definitely is not focusing on the students. I know how it makes my child feel and that no one will see his effort and the comeback. I'm not here to complain and walk away. I am here as a concerned parent who wants to see change, provide equitable opportunities for all of the kids in the school district. What can I do to make it right for my child? What say you? How can I partner with you to get this going? Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Kim, can we rinse and repeat on just connecting to better understand the concerns? Thank you.
And who has number 3? Come on up. Welcome. Looks like you have a group. You have 10 minutes?
We are a group. Thank you. We won't use all our 10 minutes. My name is Caitlin Fitzpatrick, and I'm here with our team from Engage Jeffco. We are a group that is formed. We're a group of passionate and committed caregivers that wants to partner with the district to ensure that all students have equitable access to world-class public education. We believe that all students should be given the opportunity and the resources to thrive within this district. In addition, the recent crisis involving the chief of schools is a situation that has the community desperate for answers, reassurances, and security. We would like to partner with the district. We want to know how you plan to work with community members to restore transparency and trust. Moving forward, we want to create a space that caregivers have been craving where we can all work together to achieve a shared vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who has number 4? Welcome. Please tell us your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Certainly. Hi, I'm Lisa Mama, and I live in Littleton. Thank you for having me tonight. I just want to express some concerns I have about some leadership decisions, and as stewards of the taxpayer money, I'm hopeful that you'll be able to listen. Why does the district need to turn to experts for hiring safe people to work with students, communicate information to the public, and teach them how to supervise employees? Since these experts cost the taxpayer additional money, I'm curious about the tasks of the salaried leaders at schools and in district leadership positions. This is not a new situation. When I retired from Jeffco in 2017, after 31 years of teaching and serving as a principal and assistant principal, which I loved every day of that, I was asked by Human Resources if I would work with employee relations to help schools work with teachers that were in remediation and help evaluators to either move the teacher off of remediation or terminate the employee. I was told by leadership that I possess the skills necessary for this type of work. They said I had demonstrated the ability to have hard conversations with employees, wrote a good letter of direction, and was an effective evaluator. I thought these skills were expected of all administrators and was told that many were unable to do that and they needed some help. I enjoyed the position because it's my belief that every child deserves to have an effective teacher in the classroom every year. I did this for 3 years while working with the schools, employee relations, and JCEA. We resolved 35 of these situations, resulting only in 1 in legal action, so it was quite a good bang for the buck. I often wondered why the community superintendent wasn't the leader supporting the principals in the process. There weren't very many cases in the grand scheme of things, and I found that aside from working with the teacher, I was coaching principals on the process and how to resolve such situations. It wasn't common. I mean, most of the teachers I felt like did a great job. There were some that really weren't. Building and district leaders should be the experts. In order to decrease lawsuits against the district, which have high costs to everyone involved, and improve practices and protect students, I'm asking you to evaluate some of these issues. Determine what is required of leadership at all levels and put the right people in the right places, and terminate those that can't do their jobs. The Jeffco community can't take any more hits. Thank you.
Thank you. Who has number 5? Do we have a number 5? No. So that does end the public comment. Thank you all so much for coming. So at this time, we will go into our leadership reports, and we will start from hearing from Superintendent Dorland.
Thank you, President Parker. I want to begin my update tonight by addressing the recent circumstances surrounding the former chief of schools, which was also a topic of public comment tonight, or anticipated to be a topic of public comment tonight. Any crime against a child is indefensible. I condemn any behavior that victimizes children, and it will not be tolerated here in Jeffco. I am personally committed to the immediate removal of any person who is unsafe for children in Jeffco, and I want to emphasize the district's continued commitment to cooperate with law enforcement to do all we can to ensure that justice is served. Universally, the news and nature of this investigation has been shocking and infuriating. It is during these times when we do not have a definitive answer that makes us feel vulnerable and even frightened. As a parent of 2 children in Jeffco, I understand these feelings that many in our community are experiencing. During times of tragedy and loss, compassionate, decisive, stable, and courageous leadership is essential. One of the greatest coaches of all time, John Wooden, said, "Do not let what you cannot do interfere with what you can do." And so as I focus on how we move forward as a district, my message in tomorrow's community update outlines what we currently do related to safe hiring and employment practices that prioritize student safety. Some highlights include processes for background checks, partnerships with law enforcement, especially if and when there are legal matters that arise with our employees, communication tools for students, staff, and families to alert the district of concerns about student safety, whether that be mental, emotional, or physical safety, and whether that be in school or out of school, internet firewalls, and mandatory training for staff that we currently have in place. You can read more about these practices, and our community will read more about these practices tomorrow in the community update. In addition to our current practices, I also outline in tomorrow's update what we are planning to do moving forward to fortify safety for Jeffco students. These efforts include student and parent learning opportunities, visitor and volunteer management processes, additional internet and online safety tools, and establishing a safety advisory council made up of child safety experts in our community. We also plan to host a Safe Student Summit in April and offer ongoing learning opportunities focused on how together, as a community, we can keep students safe in all environments, including our schools. In addition to my message in this month's community update, which will be sent out tomorrow, we will have a public presentation on these topics at the board's February 13th meeting. This meeting will be live streamed and recorded for the benefit of our community. Tonight, I also want to highlight some of my recent activity in our district, some of the activities I get to do that fill my bucket and warm my heart. First, I want to share that I conducted 2 instructional excellence school visits at Pomona and Belmar School of Integrated Arts this week. During these visits, I was able to visit with principals, teachers, and educators to learn about how these schools focus on instructional excellence and extraordinary student experiences. I'm always grateful to our school leaders, our staff, and our students who take time out of their busy days to share about their work and their school communities. I was also happy to be invited to present to Leadership Golden, a group of Golden community members learning more about all things related to the city. I attended their meeting last night, and I also want to thank, in addition to the Leadership Golden board for inviting me and giving me some time on their agenda, I want to thank our Golden area principals who also presented about each of their schools and the unique work that they're doing in the Golden area articulation area. And finally, I was able to meet with our charter school leaders, which I do several times a year. And we discussed several agenda items, but most importantly, I was able to update them on our ERP project, our Enterprise Resource Planning project, and discuss their participation in that project. It was the start of a conversation. We don't have all the answers yet, but I want to thank our charter leaders for their partnership and their collaboration. And finally, last week, I had the honor of being invited and attending the Governor's State of the State address It's always a special event to be able to go down to our Capitol and hear about the state of our beautiful state of Colorado. And so thank you to the governor for that invitation. And we have some upcoming opportunities. I know Brenna Copeland, our chief financial officer, will be talking to legislators in the upcoming weeks as part of a CFO panel to discuss some of the governor's recommendations around the School Finance Act for this year. So it's always good to stay connected to what is happening at the state level and how the activities there and the decisions made by our legislature will impact our local community here in Jeffco. So those are, mostly the highlights of my last couple of weeks that I wanted to share. And finally, I also want to share some upcoming and exciting opportunities that I will have this semester to represent Jeffco on the national level. One of the things that I've said regularly in this role is that Jeffco can and should be a national leader in public education. And so I am looking forward to spending some time in February attending a Women Leading Ed event that is focused on AI in public education for superintendents to learn more about what's happening in different districts across the nation. In March, I will be presenting at the School Administrators Association Future Driven Leadership event with Flow Analytics, who, as you recall, helped us with our innovative approach to our boundary study work and is helping us as we navigate changing enrollment trends. And finally, I am honored to be invited to participate in the College Board's National Superintendent Advisory Committee. College Board, for those who don't know, is best known for its AP programs, SAT Suite, and Big Future Initiative. And I will be traveling to New York City on May 6th and 7th to participate in an advisory committee meeting with College Board, which I'm looking forward to. So always proud to represent Jeffco, both within our district and for these future opportunities at the national level. And wanted to make sure our board and our public knew that we were having that opportunity as a school district. So thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Anyone? Okay. I would just like to say with the holidays taking up most of the last month, I didn't do very many school activities or visits. I'm looking forward to getting back to them very soon. But I do want to address the issues that have come up in the last month, especially emails that we've received by more than one writer, so indicating that there is an interest in the community. We did have a board retreat January 7th regarding the termination and death of the previous chief of schools. And my across-the-board message that's going out next week on Tuesday will be focused on these events. I will continue to monitor the situation with the superintendent and also work with her to identify any policy changes and/or actions that the district could take to improve student safety. And she did outline some of the things that will be coming up. Some of the other emails that I received in the last month, I'm very excited to tell you that the students from middle schools are stepping up and reaching out to the board, and they've especially been interested with snow days and road conditions and advocating for days off. But mostly I'm excited that they know that they can have their voice be heard. So we heard earlier today from some high school students, but the middle schoolers, I think, are getting prepared to take leadership roles. Also, there were concerns about the previous chief of schools, and as I addressed that, I have put that into the across the board that's coming. I also, in the last month, have been I guess one thing I do want to say is I want to give appreciation to Director Reed, because I don't know if anyone has noticed it or is aware, but when the whole board gets an email, we have one mailbox sometimes that is just for the whole board, and Director Reed has graciously volunteered to be the one who will respond to a lot of those that are to the whole board, so I think she bears the brunt or takes on most of our responses. But some of the ones that have come to me, in the last month, I did receive many emails, part of the JCEA email campaigns regarding the superintendent's contract. And after the first round of emails, I did address it in the December board meeting that we had. It is recorded there, and if you're still interested, if you did not see that meeting that I had, or that directory report that I gave, you can see it in the December board meeting. And then lately, we're also starting to get a lot of emails with concerns about our immigrant students and what might be happening after the inauguration. I just want anyone who is concerned about that to know that the district is dedicated to protecting all students and families, and we will make sure that we have plans in place should anything occur in a school or in a neighborhood or in a business. And it is something that we are aware of, and we are taking proactive action on that. So, as I said, not much activity for the last month. If the weather wasn't turning so horrendously cold, there are some things that I might be interested in doing this weekend, but I am interested and excited to get back to visit schools.
All right. So I'm just going to pick up actually with where you ended, and that is that at last week's study session, I had asked Ms. Ralou about our policies regarding immigration, our immigrant students and their families, and she was kind enough to point out that on our website there is an FAQ, and we had some back and forth, and I noticed that it's even easier to find now. So you can just go to the A to Z guide that's on the district website and go to I for immigration, and it's got the FAQ that includes really most of the information that people would need to know immediately about how we handle interactions with immigration officials, how, some advice about how to handle the possibility of parents having interactions with immigration officials while their students are at school, those kinds of things. I am very interested as a board in being able to make some sort of really public proclamation, but in the meantime, we do have information and it's easily available, and I just want to make sure that our families know that it is there. And like everyone else with the holidays and with vacation, I have not visited many schools, but I did get to see Rooney Ranch Elementary School, so that was a nice visit to have. And I look forward to completing the visits with every school in my district by the end of the month. And I'm also looking forward to fruitful conversations and work as we enter into negotiations with our associations. I think, as always, it's going to be challenging within the two limited means that we have. The state has commissioned 2 adequacy studies. One says that we are shortchanging our schools by about $3.5 billion, if we really were to provide the resources for the kind of education that our students deserve. The other said that we're shorting our students by about $4.5 billion. So, and we've got a state right now that is looking at cutting school funding, not enhancing it. And that can make this really challenging. At the same time, I know that everyone is going to be doing their best to make sure that we have successful negotiations, and that while we may all be very frustrated with funding across the board, that we are working together to be fair with what we have. So yeah, that's about all I have.
I just want to start off saying that I am going to, we did get to have a retreat, and I want to reiterate some of my comments here because I know not everybody got to come to the retreat. So bear with me if you were there. This might be a little bit repetitive. But I just want to express my deepest empathy and concern for a lot of the distress and frustration that many in our community are feeling. I have gotten a lot of communication from different groups and different folks all raising concerns. And as a mom of 3 kids in our district, I share in a lot of the shock and fear, and was really saddened by the news about our former chief of schools and the investigation into his personal activities. I just want to reiterate that I am listening, and I know that our board is listening, and I want to encourage the groups that are reaching out to keep doing it. And I will say for me personally, I won't speak for my fellow board members, but I can't get to every email and respond to every email, but I do read them, and I do appreciate you taking the time to send them to me. And your voices matter, and I really believe that together we are going to navigate the challenging time, and that there is only one way forward, and that is as a united community. I understand that a lot in our community are not necessarily feeling united right now, and I welcome that dialogue, and we heard tonight in our public comment about partnership and the opportunity for that. And I know that the district and this board believes in that opportunity to collaborate, and I feel really strongly about that. I also believe that our role as a board in a situation like this is to support the district and our superintendent and provide accountability to our community, and that we should take a look at our policies. And it's been mentioned before, and that we do need the expertise of experts in this field, which Superintendent Dorland mentioned. And so as we seek these, inputs from experts, especially in child safety and trauma, we are doing, and I want to ensure our public that we are doing everything we can to protect our students. In fact, the safety and care of our students, families, and staff is our highest priority. And so I just want to say that as myself, I really do appreciate the comments. They are hard to read at times, but they are appreciated and welcomed always. And so I do appreciate those that came in and shared with us tonight. In addition to that, I'm also excited to get back into the schools. I think many parents recognize that break can be hard, and so routine is it feels really good in our house. It takes about 2 to 3 weeks for us to get back into the routine, and we are so close. And I know we're close because everyone's sick again. So I did get to enjoy some holiday performances since we last met, and those are really fun in the schools. In addition, I've heard a lot from our community about some things going on with our SAE programs, and so been able to have conversations with the district on that. So if you do have questions on that, please don't hesitate to reach out. I know there's some things going on there, and I know they are not necessarily a district program, but they do affect a lot of our parents. Participated in the leadership retreat, and also got to participate in CASB's leadership retreat, which was really nice and a good opportunity to get to talk to a lot of our rural districts. I'm often surprised when I think about out of the 178 districts we have across the state of Colorado, that 5 of us are over 50,000 students. And so when you think about that, there are a lot of really small rural districts, but we all have the same goal of educating kids. And so it's a really great opportunity to learn from them, get excited about some legislative student funding opportunities as well. So, and in addition, I want to piggyback on Director Reed. I'm going to promote you, Dr. Reed. That the adequacy studies that Director Reed mentioned didn't even include capital. So when we think about the cost to do business, they didn't include the money that's needed to put into our buildings to keep them safe, warm, and dry. And so, in my opinion, the adequacy study didn't even go far enough. It wasn't adequate. And so I want to make sure that the public understands that when we're talking about the $3.5 to $4.5 billion, that doesn't even include the money that we have to put into our schools to keep them up. And then I just want to do a couple of happy shout outs to some schools. Foster Dual Language had their spelling bee. I wasn't able to go, but I heard it went really well. And so I'm really proud of those kiddos. And Seacrest had their Rise event, which was always a really fun event. So excited to get into it, excited for the semester, and happy to be next to this amazing group of board members.
Thanks for everything everybody said in their report so far. I'm just going to say, for myself, break was complicated. It wasn't as restful as maybe I had hoped or wished it could have been. I spent a lot of time in community member meetings, meeting with folks who are concerned about immigrant safety in our community and student safety. We did have our board retreat, and I think the outcome of that was the beginning of a conversation that will be ongoing. It wasn't a one-time conversation. And so I'm thankful for the organization that Director Reed took on to help us make that happen. I've attended the legislative kickoff on January 8th, so I watched some of our local elected officials be sworn in and celebrate with them, so that then I can show back up and bug them about public school funding in subsequent weeks. I want to highlight also some good news. We talked with our JSLB today about a little bit of cell phone policy. Social media stuff came up. I spend way too much time on social media. I know other people may or may not agree with me about themselves. But one of the things that really lifted my heart yesterday is scrolling through and seeing a local Lakewood moms group, the parent asking about a school, and the outpouring of love for one of our local schools in that media, where there were parents who did not know each other opening their arms to a curious parent who was getting ready to begin their journey in Jefferson County Public Schools with open arms and encouragement and just cheering for, I'm personally biased, Green Gables Elementary, where my own students go. It was so heartening to see that kind of connection happening on a social media platform, lauding the work of our administration and our teachers and our staff and our schools. That was really important for me, and also it felt like I didn't need to participate in that conversation because so much of what I would have said was already being said by other people in the community. A couple of other things that I want to lift up is that part of the reason that break did not feel restful for me is that there's so much uncertainty for me regarding facing the situation that we have had with our former employee. And what I want to remind myself and fellow board members and people in our community is that when things feel uncertain, that we hold to our center. And our center in Jefferson County Public Schools is our students. They're the center of every consideration and everything that we do. It's the reason that we said yes to serving on the board, and it's the reason that so many of our staff members at the district level and in our schools have said yes to doing this work here in Colorado, where it is particularly difficult because of the funding constraints that we have in this state. And our center and our North Star is our students and the kids that we serve. The center is not the appearance of unity and alignment and everybody getting along. The center is not smugness or social media likes. It's not sound bites. It's not political agendas. That's not the center of what we do. What we do is we serve students, and we hold their well-being as a top priority. I wanted to lift that up because I think sometimes our community conversations, absent of having details and information, we fill in the blanks. It's part of our human experience when we don't have information, is that we try to fill in the blanks with bits and pieces of things that we know or that other people have told us. And I just want to say how inefficient and actually pain-creating that can be for a community that is already facing pain. One of my responses to crisis is to write. I'm a writer, and I have pages and pages of things that I have wanted to say, and this is my moment to say some of them and not all of it. So I'm going through my pages and saying some highlights. One of the things that I feel is important to say right now in this moment is that if there are folks in our community who are pushing a narrative of brokenness and failure and fault at the expense of our children and youth in our community, then I don't have any spare time for you in that conversation. Yes, we have to be reflective, and we have to look at the work that we are doing and that what we will do in the future to be responsive. But I don't have time for spinning old narratives and not being engaged in conversation about how we're going to serve our students better moving forward. Some of you know who you are if you're engaged in that behavior, and I'm going to encourage you and invite you to join us whenever you're ready, to be curious about our success and our shared path forward and how you can help that happen. That's work that involves being engaged, not sitting on the sidelines and saying things because it sounds good to somebody else or because it sounds good to an echo chamber that you are engaged in. There is lots of work to be done, and there's ample opportunity to do it. And it is time for us to come together and do the work that we need to so that we lift our students up. Like I said, pages and pages of things. I'm just skipping over. I think that's where I'm going to stop with that particular part of what I had to say. We have another study session tomorrow, so we will continue to be together. I do want to say, at our retreat, I said, we can't fix the situation, but we can face it. And that means that we do have to have ongoing conversation, even though it may be uncomfortable and it may cause discomfort for some folks. We do have work to do together, and that means being in conversation. And I'm appreciative of what Superintendent Dorland shared about communications that are coming up and being transparent with our community about how we are working forward to keep our students safe, what we've already been doing and what we plan to do. I also want to lift up, I'm headed to DC in February with President Parker to do some lobbying with our federal, some advocacy. Yeah, okay, advocacy. Thank you for I'm just excited to go and talk to some elected officials about how we're going to make public education in our entire country serve the students in Jefferson County, but also our whole country. I also want to lift up that negotiations with our professional unions are beginning, and I know that prep is happening for that, and so there'll be ongoing conversation there. And I ultimately want to say that this last month has been particularly challenging and difficult, that I'm still grateful for getting to work with folks. I want to also identify that we do not all think alike. We don't have the same responses to situations. We don't have the same solutions. We have different bits and pieces of a puzzle that we want to see addressed. And our conversations have been respectful. And even when we disagree, I value that I get to speak what is on my mind, and that we can make space for each other to do that with respect. It's incredibly important because what happens here amongst us trickles down into the rest of the community. And I think with that, I will say I'm looking forward to February, and thank you for the time. And Director Varda, if you would like to speak, pass it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I will start with saying I apologize I'm not there. I have a sick fifth grader who came home from a school that also has a norovirus outbreak. And so here I am tonight with her and hoping that our whole house isn't sick, like probably many of you are also experiencing right now. I wanted to address our issue and really just thank the Jeffco Sheriff's Department, the FBI, and all the work of those whose job it is to detect, investigate, prosecute crimes against children, especially this crime that's affected us, child pornography. And I keep thinking, I can't stop thinking about where we would be if this hadn't been detected. Like everyone, this has personally impacted me. And my response to these kinds of things is to learn so I can become a better leader. And that's what I'm going to take my time tonight to share a little bit about that. One thing that's really impacted me is this learning around child pornography as an invisible crime with invisible and often forgotten victims. And this is one of the only crimes where the victims are re-victimized perpetually every time an image or a video is shared or viewed. And as a leader in this district, I sought out help from law enforcement, my mental health colleagues that I work with, victim advocates, to help me learn more about this crimes so that I can connect that back to our governance role in the district in regards to safety and policy, understanding our technology and tech policies and how we support those external efforts and how we can adopt our best policies in the field, the best policies in the field to for prevention, detection, and advocacy. So the kinds of questions that I've had are things like, I'm very curious how child pornography is detected by task forces and law enforcement, what kinds of technology and practices are being used by experts, what legal boundaries we have as school leaders to investigate these crimes internally. And I would like to learn more about how a school district can partner with these task forces and law enforcement from our policy and safety perspectives to prevent these crimes and support these victims. I'm very curious about how we as school leaders can better know what to look out for. I want to hear more about what kinds of red flags we should be vigilant about and how we can increase our awareness in order to do our best to prevent future crimes against children. And I want to know, what are other districts doing to refine and implement policies on this issue? I think this is a moment in time where we can move on as fast as possible, or we can dig in and learn and improve where we are to protect our children. And from a communications perspective, I'm learning from experts how to communicate in a crisis like this, the language that most impacts people in these situations, and I'm trying to my best to be a learner so that I can support strict enforcement of policies that attempt to prevent these crimes while also caring for victims and their families. And I think this is a difficult and critical skill that I would like to have as a leader in this district. And I would encourage all of us to work very hard in our communication knowledge of these kinds of crimes and how we help our communities move through them. I have heard from people both that they're very grateful for the district's communications and those that are frustrated. I've also been frustrated at times, and I'll be honest, my communication style is different from the district's. And it's no surprise to the people around me that I have opinions about how we should communicate that's not always aligned. But in my role, I will continue to provide feedback that encourages transparency. I believe we need to prioritize our people and our children over all else in the district. And I know we have a lot of work to do to build trust. And these are the areas where I've been really trying to focus on and listen. I hear about concerns about things happening in schools, and I agree that we maybe that we all are not certain about how safe our kids are in schools at all times, and I feel that too. For updates, I don't really have a lot else to say except that I have been back in schools. I did get to go do school visits, and that was just wonderful to get to be in schools and see how successful everyone has started this year. It was great to be with our principals and teachers and kids and just spend time in there. And so I think as we all get back into the school year and get that time back, we'll start to feel a little more regulated, remember why we're here and what we're doing. And I do look forward to this semester. I plan to spend lots of time in community. In the past, I have asked for our SACs and our PTAs to please invite me to meetings. I really want to be out there in the community, meeting with folks and talking. So I just want to extend that again. Please invite me. I would love to come to your neighborhoods and speak with you. So I hope that I'll get more opportunities for that throughout these next few months. Thanks.
Thank you. So that is our superintendent and director updates, and we are ahead of schedule. Ms. Zavada, do we have our next? Oh, hey, you're not tall enough for me to see you. So, yes, we will go on now with our first topic for the study session. And before we get to Mr. Bowditch, let me just get my pages in alignment. Okay, so before we start with the new topic, let me just remind everyone that on January 8th, 2025, the board held a study session that included the following agenda items: discussion of the medical benefits contract, RFP, the annual update from the Jefferson County Education Association, the 2024-25 revised budget, and finally, Arvada Aquatic Center operating and capital maintenance agreement updates. We also received a preview of consent agenda items and upcoming board meetings. So I encourage you to watch the recordings of the study session to learn more about these topics, and you can also visit our board page on the Jeffco Public Schools website. You'll find a host of information there and links to both the board docs and our live stream platforms. So with that, we will move to the next agenda item. It will allow the board the opportunity to review and discuss recent legislative activities of the 75th General Assembly. Should the board wish to formally endorse or support legislation, we may also discuss it during this time. And before I turn it over to Mr. Bowditch, is there anything you'd like to say as Superintendent Dorland?
I just want to say that it is starting to begin down at the Capitol, and I'm really grateful to Mr. Bowditch, given the important work we have in the district to take care of schools on a daily basis. Knowing that Mr. Bowditch is down at the Capitol, paying attention to all legislation that could possibly impact Jeffco Public Schools means a lot. So thank you for that daily work that you do, and thank you for being here this evening to support our board.
Thank you for that introduction, Madam Superintendent. And let me just say, I know Jeffco's been through a lot recently, and I've been thinking about all of you and knowing that it's been a tough time. The legislature did convene a week ago. Today was day 9 of 120. So far, there hasn't been a lot of education bills introduced. I sent out an update last Friday, a couple of bills. They're not really all that critical, I would say. We're still waiting for a bunch more, but I'll keep asking that. And as in prior years, I will send a weekly update of all the bills. Anything that's new, I generally put in green so you can scan down and immediately see if anything has changed or if any bill is new. And then I try and categorize them by general topic to the best I can. Future, we will be looking at a bill on school accountability. There was a 2-year task force. They gave their report. I think there's a bill draft that's out there that basically follows the intent of the task force recommendations, but it probably won't be introduced right away. So that's something we can take up here probably in the next few weeks. When I was sitting in the audience, I heard the adequacy studies mentioned. Frankly, it's an outrage that the publication of those adequacy studies didn't generate more press. When you're talking about a school finance system that right now has roughly $10 billion in school finance. I was looking that up as I sat there. $9.7 billion is what this year's school finance system costs between the state share and the local property taxes, not including overrides. And then you get 2 different reports with 2 different methodologies, and they both come out pretty close together. That is shocking, and that's outrageous that Colorado is that short in terms of providing comprehensive quality education for all students. It's amazing what we are able to do with my term, paltry sums that all of you have to work with. I don't know what will happen with the adequacy studies from here on out. But it was shocking, those conclusions. The big issue right now is the state budget. In December, things got a little less bad. I don't want to say better. We had been looking at a roughly $900 and some billion shortfall. Now it's in the high 700s. I've worked at the Capitol since 1987. I've seen worse budget years, but not very many of them. Right now, they're operating on basically a $675 million shortfall. That is a lot of money. And they can't use accounting gimmicks and vacancy savings to get their way out of that. Tabor has done some positive things for Coloradans in terms of lowering their tax rates and giving refunds, but at the same time, this $670 million, we wouldn't be having this discussion in 49 other states. It is because of Tabor and the revenue restrictions we're under. Again, done some good things for people's pocketbooks, but in this case, it is severely hampering the state's ability to provide services. For any public entity, I'm not trying to lecture you, it can be a good thing to reprioritize. And that's what the Joint Budget Committee will be doing in February and March. They have told agencies that come before them, if you don't submit items that we can consider for reductions, we will do it for you. They will be looking for everything. There are no magic tricks for this. There are two things that are out there that could provide some alleviation. One is the sale of Pinnacle, the state's workers' compensation system. It has been a state agency or a state entity, I think, for over 100 years. It has been very successful in what it does. There could be a market for it to spin it off as a private entity. They could probably get $300 to $500 million if the state did that. That would probably want to be used over a period of years because it's one-time funding, but that could help address some of the shortfalls. There has been another bit of discussion about maybe the state should expand gambling. It's tough to even say that with a straight face if we're looking at serious solutions, but again, other states have established internet gambling. In Colorado, we have Central City, Blackhawk, and Cripple Creek. The Constitution doesn't allow gambling outside of that. We established sports betting a few years ago that has to be done in conjunction with a casino. If the state wanted to open up internet gambling, other states have seen some tax revenue increases because of that. This would require a vote of the people, which couldn't happen until November. So maybe if the state wants to go that route and try and create some additional revenues for future years, that wouldn't help our 25-26 budget shortfall, but potentially for the future. Moving on, happy to move on. Moving on to specific education issues. There's a lot of discussion at the Capitol about the governor's proposal to eliminate the multi-year enrollment averaging. I hear from a lot of legislators who say we should be funding students who are in school, not students who were attended or left school half a decade ago. There are a lot of legislators, I think, who are learning about how multi-year averaging works, not only in a technical sense, but also what it means. On the data I was looking at today, I think 126 districts show a enrollment decline over the last 4 years. Many of them basically flat, just a slight decline. Some of them a much higher percentage decline. Many of them have a much higher percentage decline than Jeffco. Certainly when you gather up all 186 school districts, there's going to be a lot of different stories about why enrollment is declining. Economic changes, very small districts where a couple of families, their kids graduate and people may not be moving to those rural areas, can be a lot of different things. But I was heartened, at least on some sense, that there are so many districts in enrollment decline because this discussion about the governor's proposal to eliminate the multi-year averaging by the legislative math would save about $140 million. To put it another way, it's a $140 million reduction targeted on about 2/3 of the districts. It will be a very tough decision, again, trying to get to that $600 million shortfall. It will be tough to not do something to K-12 education. One issue that has been temporarily clarified, the governor also proposed a longer phase-in period for the new School Finance Act. The new School Finance Act provided additional revenues to every school district when it passed over a 6-year period. The governor had proposed doing that over 7 years. The governor's office and the governor has now backed off that and gone back to a 6-year phase-in. I think it is a reasonable policy question to say, are we even going to see that new money with the new School Finance Act, given the status of the state budget? As you can see, I'm full of my usual good news here today, but I think this year it's particularly tough. The last few years have been a little easier to project where we would end up. This year, right now, things are pretty tough as we look forward.
Hello, Mr. Bowditch. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Welcome to the session.
Thank you.
I had 2 bills that I just wanted to pick your brain on really quick. I know that there has been rumblings that Children's Hospital Colorado was going to work with, I think even some representatives from our area on a cell phone ban type thing.
Yes.
Do you know where that sits? And my concern about that is really around the idea of local control, and that a lot of school districts have already implemented or are considering thoughtfully in their own spots, and I'm just concerned about maybe a statewide approach when it's unnecessary.
Yeah. One of the lobbyists for Children's Hospital tracked me down the first day of the session to get my sense, and the current version of their proposal would say in statute, every school district has to have a policy.
Okay.
And that's all it would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's much better than the last I'd heard, so thank you for that.
I accurately predicted that response to if that's what it says, I think that's workable. Yeah.
That's fine. And the other one I had heard of was that there may be another library bill out there. I had heard Senator Cutter may be proposing something, and I didn't know if you had heard about that or if you had any intel on it.
I have heard just about that much information, but no more.
Okay.
But I'll check in with her. It's funny how some legislators I've run into every day and others I just haven't connected with yet. But yeah, I'll check in with her.
I do know Matt Cook from CASB also has he's had some conversations that may be helpful as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Those are mine. Thank you.
I was wondering about the possible sale of Pinnacle. What kind of arguments are there for? Well, I think I know the ones for. What about against? Is there a contingent that would not want that to happen?
There was a lengthy presentation yesterday by Pinnacle and the governor's office to the Joint Budget Committee, and I saw some of the notes from that. Didn't attend it, but saw some of the notes, and there's some concern. There are some professions where it's very difficult to get workers' compensation insurance. I mean, you can think of dangerous professions, and Pinnacle was always the place you could go. It was the insurer of last resort. If it becomes a private entity, Pinnacle said they could still fulfill that role, but if it becomes private, the insurance rates for those hard to insure occupations would probably rise. There were questions about the employees in Pinnacle. Some of them have worked there a number of years. What happens to their PERA? Operational things like that. Then there was the very legitimate question. We are 5.5 months away from the start of the next budget year. How soon could we make this happen if the state wanted to start the process of moving Pinnacle to a private status, and how soon would somebody want to pay $300 to $500 million? The governor's budget director said, so long as we could count on getting the money at any point during the next fiscal year, so we don't necessarily have 5.5 months, we have 17.5 months at which time we'd get that. He wasn't too concerned about the timing of that. Again, the range of values was given at $300 to $500 million. Maybe $100 million for next year in a best case scenario. That's great. Okay, now we're down to $570 million.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, this is,
No questions, I wanted to let you know I'll be there on Tuesday.
It's always good to see all the members of the school board. And it was good to see you on opening day.
Thanks, it was good to be there, so I'll see you soon.
One other thing I would mention that I think deserves note, the committees change, the committee memberships change. We have new chairs for both the House and the Senate Education Committee. For the House Education Committee, Megan Lukens, who's I don't know if she still teaches, but she did teach in the Steamboat Springs schools as a public school teacher. And the Senate Education Committee chair is Senator Chris Kolker, whose district includes a big chunk of South Jeffco as well as Arapahoe County. And I particularly would like to go on the record as saying he is one of the more communicative members of the legislature. He is always wanting feedback from his school districts and cities. And I haven't worked with Representative Lukens as much. I'm sure she is with her areas as well. But Senator Kolker, who I think all of you know, really deserves a shout out from this chair tonight.
well, I'm sure we're going to get a list bigger than this as the months go on. So thank you so much for this. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And certainly you all have my contact information as things come up. And I'd like to also thank the staff. I'm always emailing and texting, and it's a great staff. So thank you.
Agreed. Okay. For our next presentation tonight, the Board of Education will hear from the district's independent financial auditors from Forvis Mazars LLC in regards to the, we will take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, we are back, and we are actually going to go a little bit out of order since we are so ahead of schedule. And we are going to go with item 9.03, compliance with HB 24-1003. And the Board of Education will receive an update on the district's compliance with HB 24-1003 and have the opportunity to learn about current harm reduction measures and additional efforts being implemented to ensure student safety. Before I turn this over to Mr. Polero, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to say?
Thank you, President Parker. I am going to let Mr. Polero get going.
All right. Good evening, President Parker, Superintendent Dorland, distinguished members of our board. For our audience listening, I'm Matt Player, your Chief Student Success Officer. And tonight I will be presenting on the district's compliance with HB 24-1003, a law designed to reduce the risk of opioid-related emergencies in school. So for your presentation this evening, I'm going to outline how we're meeting the requirements of this legislation and the proactive steps we've taken to provide a safer and supportive school community for our community. I'll begin by providing you with a quick summary of the components of the House bill, just to refresh your memory, before sharing with you Jeffco's current status regarding compliance with the bill, as well as the protective measures we have in place and answering any questions you may have. All right? So generally speaking, this bill aims to enhance student safety by doing three things. One being expanding access to life-saving tools like Narcan. Two, increasing awareness among students, staff, and families about opioid risks. And three, supporting schools in implementing harm reduction strategies to prevent opioid-related emergencies. And as a part of this bill, to ensure these safety measures are effective, the law outlines both mandatory protections and optional measures school districts can adopt. So to summarize those, with regards to mandatory requirements, these include things like not disciplining students for possessing Narcan, or administering opiate antagonist, or carrying non-laboratory detection tests on school grounds, buses, or at school events, and protecting trained staff from civil liability and criminal prosecution when acting in accordance with the law. So this is most often referred to as the Good Samaritan Clause, acting in good faith during an emergency. And then beyond the core requirements, the law encourages additional optional measures that districts can adopt to further strengthen harm reduction efforts, such as maintaining a stock supply of opiate antagonists and detection tests, training staff to administer Narcan during emergencies, providing Narcan and detection tests to individuals, including students who have received appropriate school-sponsored training, and last but not least, providing education and training for students, parents, and staff while considering their input. Together, these protections and optional strategies aim to create a safer, more informed school environment equipped to respond effectively to opioid-related risks. With that said, I'm pleased to report that our district is fully compliant with the bill's requirements. And here's how we're meeting those requirements. Students are not disciplined for possessing or administering Narcan or carrying non-lab opioid or additive tests on school grounds, buses, or at school events. And if you have questions about what any of those terms mean, in the appendix there is some definitions for you. We've also issued a memo to ensure that staff understand this protective measure, and protections for staff are clearly communicated through staff training and ongoing internal messaging when we do these trainings. In addition to meeting these core compliance measures, we've expanded our harm reduction efforts further by making sure that Narcan is available in all district schools and non-school facilities that is supplied through the state's opioid antagonist bulk purchase fund at no cost to the district. Training is conducted annually by our Health Services Department, and it's also available on demand via Vector. Training is currently mandatory for nurses, health technicians, and at least one staff member attending field trips, but it's also available to all staff, and in all honesty, most school leaders will invite our nurses to their schools at the beginning of the year to do all the medical administration trainings, and we just do this one as a part of that. I'm really proud of my team. They have trained over 1,500 employees in Narcan administration to date, and there are more to be trained. We also have clear step-by-step procedures in place for Narcan use, including immediate response, coordination with emergency services, documentation, of course, follow-up care. Further, we have district policy, JLCD, which provides a framework for responding to opiate-related emergencies. That also is where you'll find all the medical administration guidance and policy. We also offer an online substance abuse prevention and education program for students to raise awareness and help students make healthy decisions. We have a dedicated staff member who oversees our substance prevention strategies and support for our schools. So I just want to shout out our student services team who have done a lot of work in partnership with our health services department and also our school safety office to make sure that these things are in place. And then of course we address physical, emotional, and mental health, recognizing that well-being extends beyond substance use prevention. And we also collaborate with organizations like Jefferson County Public Health, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Jefferson Center for Mental Health, Hazel Health, and a whole host of other external partners to expand resources for students, staff, and families. So before I get to asking you what questions you have, I'm gonna go over some frequently asked questions that we receive. First and foremost, where is Narcan located? So Narcan is located on the emergency wall, and it's denoted with a sticker. Those are pictures of here at the Ed Center. We have Narcan on each floor. This is outside of our Human Resources office. Also, all high school nurses and our resource nurse team, which are itinerant staff, have Narcan in their med bags, and then also our SROs also carry Narcan. What steps are included in staff training for responding to an opioid-related emergency? So we recognize, observe the signs for overdose. We respond, immediately calling 911. We reverse, which means we're administering the intranasal Narcan. And then we refer for medical transport and contact parents and guardians immediately after an event. Of course, if this were an adult who was visiting our schools, we would follow the same process for that. This is not an exhaustive list, but these are the list of symptoms or characteristics of a person who might be experiencing overdose that our staff are trained on and that our nurses are well equipped and aware of. How do you administer Narcan? So there's actually a 5-minute video here. If you'd like to take the time to watch it on your own time, you can do that. But essentially, it's a nasal spray that you administer to a person who is unconscious or demonstrating any of those signs. And on the left, you can see a picture of what Narcan actually looks like. It's the 4 milligram. There's 2 Narcan nasal sprays per kit at our school, and then we have an inventory to replenish Narcan as necessary. What steps are taken if naloxone, which is, Narcan's actually the brand name, naloxone is actually just the medication. When it's administered, if it's not needed, this is a question that comes up often. Truthfully, nothing happens. There are potential for things like nausea or headaches or so on and so forth, but there's no immediate harm caused to administering Narcan when it's not actually a person who needs it or who is overdosed. But when it's given to someone experiencing an opioid overdose, or if they have opioids in their system, it can trigger symptoms such as nausea or vomiting, sweating or chills, headache or dizziness, among other symptoms. These effects are temporary and non-life-threatening, but can feel very uncomfortable for a person. And if an individual has no opioids in their system, they typically experience no noticeable effects, but in some cases they do. When it's administered, again, just to remind you, 911 is called immediately for medical support, parent guardians are notified, an incident report is filed, and follow-up care is provided. Those are the frequently asked questions, so what questions might you have for me? Paula? Less than 10. As of today, I looked and it was 7 to 8 times. And I say 7 to 8 because I'm waiting for one official record that's not come through yet.
Thank you for this. It's wild that it's something that we do, but even hearing that we've deployed it 7 to 8 times, I'm glad we've had it as a resource for our students. On one of the slides, you mentioned the Third Millennium Classroom. I might be saying that quite wrong.
Third Millennium Classrooms, yep.
Yep. Is that something that anyone can sign up to take, or does a student have to be referred to take it?
Referred.
Okay. So at that case, our supports within the school would have identified something, and we
That's
would
correct.
refer that. Okay.
Yep.
And is there a cost to the student or family to take that?
There's no cost. It's a subscription that we pay for. We're currently paying for that out of our Jewel funding.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks for presenting this to us tonight. I find that this is a really important harm prevention strategy. And I just want to lift up, it's not so much a question, but that this bill is actually the result of a student-led initiative in Durango following a loss of a classmate there, and those students brought it to the state last year to the benefit of students across the state. I just want to lift that up as a student voice in action, and how grateful I am that they went through the process and did that work, so that now we've administered it 7 or 8 times to keep our own community safe here. And I'm grateful for this presentation and for the community education that will need to accompany this moving forward. Just thank you for the level of detail in this presentation so that we are better informed when we talk to community members who have questions about it. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
I just have one question on slide 11 that says what steps are taken if naloxone is administered even if not needed. The first bullet, under the first bullet, says when given to someone experiencing an opioid overdose, but that's when we do want to use it. It's not one of the times
That's
when
correct.
it's not needed. It's just to show you what the symptoms
That's
are.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted you to know what it looks like if somebody actually needs it versus somebody who doesn't need it, but
Okay.
just recognizing that someone who doesn't need it could still experience symptoms. I know
And-
that could be, I'm sorry, that's confusing.
Yeah, well, it's just me. And so it's really any kind of opioid. It's not any specific, doesn't have to be fentanyl, it doesn't have to be any.
That's correct.
It's just anything. Okay, thanks. Dr. Varda, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any.
Okay, thanks. Well, thank you very much, and let's hope that it's not needed any more than 7 or 8 times. And do you, actually, I do have another question. Do you feel like the students, especially in high school, are aware of this resource and, like, how much can they help you, help someone?
The student component of this, especially around the education and knowledge and some other things that we're thinking about, that's an area where we can continue to work on. We've dedicated a lot of resources to ensuring that, one, Narcan is available and that our staff are trained, and there hasn't been as much education specific to students on what Narcan is and where it's located and all of those components. It's primarily been focused on the adults at this point in time, but students is part of the conversation we're having now. There's a lot more implications for that work.
Yeah, I think that would be good, because I can imagine some of them would just be freaking out, not knowing what to do and not calling for help when they could get it so easily.
Yeah. Now, I will say that when a student has been referred for intervention, there are select students who are aware, and that comes through conversations with their parents and, of course, with our health services staff. But broad knowledge of the student body, I would say that's not the case.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So, do we want to go to the budget? Okay, we will move. ACFR, yep. Okay. Okay, so now we will go to item 9.03. Nope, we will not. 9.02. Yeah, I know. I'm not real good at backwards. I'll get us behind at this point. Okay, so now the Board of Education will hear from the district's independent financial auditors from Forvis Mazars LLC in regards to the district's annual audit. The board will also receive the annual comprehensive financial report, ACFR, for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, which includes the district's financial statements, the auditor's opinion letter, and the results of the compliance audit for federal funds. Before I turn this over to Ms. Copeland, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to add?
Thank you, President Parker. I'd like to welcome Chris Tully, as well as Anna Thigpen, who've helped us greatly in our audit process and serve as our independent auditors. So thank you so much for the partnership and your view of what's going on around here. And I'm looking forward to you all being able to have a conversation with the board. Ms. Copeland, thank you to you and your team for the efforts that have gone into this extensive report and getting our auditors everything they need. And I'll let you take it from here.
Great. Good evening, board. Thanks so much for having us. I do want to mention for the listening public that we have posted the electronic version, the PDF, to tonight's agenda. It's also available if someone would prefer in a print copy, and we will be distributing print copies to the board and some other members. And then if anyone needs any type of adaptation to access the document, I hope they'll reach out to my office, namely me, and I will make that happen. And with that, I want to turn it over to Chris.
Thank you very much. Good evening. It's great to see you all tonight. We're going to present our required communications as well as the result of the audit. Do I need that? Yes. Thank you very much. Let's see if I can do this. Look at that. All right. Off to a good start. So this presentation will serve as a required communication to the board, those charged with governance. We'll cover our audit results. And then once we're all set, we'll open it up to questions. But with that being said, if there are any questions as we're going along, please don't hesitate to jump in. We like just having conversations and discussions. So if there's something I say or Anna says that we've used some jargon or some acronym that you're not sure where we're going with that, please jump right in. We're happy to answer any questions. So with that, I will kick it off with our required communications, and then I'm going to turn it over to Anna, who's going to walk us through some comments and results of the audit. I will start with the scope of the audit. Obviously, our audit covers the period ending June 30, 2024. We talk about our responsibilities in the next section. Our responsibility as your auditors is to provide an opinion or opinions over the financial statements of whether or not those financial statements are materially stated according to generally accepted accounting principles, or what we refer to as GAAP. I am happy to say that all opinions presented are unmodified or a clean opinion. That's what you want to hear your auditors say, that you have an unmodified opinion. Anything else, and we have some big, long, drawn-out discussions to go through. We do not have any of that, which I am very happy to say. I will also say that management is responsible for the rest of the act for beyond the opinion. The opinion is our responsibility. Management is responsible for the other 180 some odd pages or so that contains in the act for the annual comprehensive financial report. We perform the audit under generally accepted auditing standards, as well as government auditing standards, generally accepted government auditing standards. It is designed to obtain a reasonable but not an absolute level of assurance. And what that really means is that we don't look at every transaction within the district, or we would be here every day for the rest of our lives doing that. So just understand that we are looking at those material items. We are looking for reasonable assurance over the financial statements. The extent of our communication includes this presentation, a required communication, as well as a formal written document that you will have within your packets, or you will have delivered, that includes not only everything I'm covering tonight, but also the past adjustment schedule, which I'll talk about in just a moment, and the management representation letter, a copy thereof, that includes all the representations that management makes back to the auditors in regards to the audit. We, the audit team, as well as the entire firm, is independent of the district. We're required to state that. And just know that our audit doesn't relieve anyone of their own responsibilities. So your responsibility of oversight, management's responsibility over the financial statements itself. As I've mentioned, we do perform the audit under generally accepted government auditing standards, and at the back end of the ACFR, at the end of the ACFR, is the compliance section you will see, also referred to as the single audit report. Contained within that single audit report is the internal report over internal controls over financial reporting, generically referred to as the Yellow Book report. That is our government auditing standards report. And over our compliance work that is contained within that single audit section is performed under what's referred to as uniform guidance. So if you will, there are 3 different sets of standards that are being performed within the combined ACFR, the combined annual comprehensive financial report. That includes the single audit report itself. As I've mentioned, all opinions, including those over the compliance work, are unmodified, a clean opinion. And again, just like in the financial audit, in the compliance work, we're looking at things that could cause instances of material noncompliance. That's where our focus is in the programs that we audit that are required to be audited. So under the qualitative aspects of significant accounting policies and practices, we present to you here management's judgments and accounting estimates. These are not necessarily judgments and accounting estimates where we have any type of issues. These are just the significant estimates and judgments that management makes in order to compile the financial statements themselves. In every audit, there are always estimates and judgments made. These contain valuation of investments, depreciable lives over capital assets, the liabilities for claims incurred but not reported, the IBNR liability, and then finally, net pension liabilities as well as net OPEB liabilities and related disclosures. Same thing with financial statement disclosures. We point out to you what we consider to be the significant financial statement disclosures. All the disclosures are important, of course, but these are the main ones in the report, in the footnotes themselves: pension and OPEB benefits, the long-term debt, and then finally the determination of fair value over the investments. We did have discussions with management over the closure of the Great Works Montessori Charter School and the proper presentation within the ACFR regarding the closure of that school. And that brings us to adjustments, proposed adjustments. So this is going to get a little bit wordy. I apologize for that, but there's a little bit of background information I want to share with you all, just to make this a little bit more understandable and a little bit clearer. So as auditors, we can propose adjustments during the course of the audit. Management then makes a determination as to whether or not they will record that adjustment or do what's called pass or waive on that adjustment. Simply means a past adjustment is not actually recorded on the books until usually the following year. The recorded adjustments are. All the recorded adjustments that I'm about to present to you are included within the ACFR that is filed with you now, that has been submitted. So that has already been reflected within the ACFR. The determination as to whether or not it is recorded or not recorded, again, is made by management. It's largely based on how material or the magnitude of that adjustment, along with some other considerations. And then we as the auditors make a determination as to whether or not those past adjustments, if you will, materially misstate the financial statement. If they do, then we will obviously either need to qualify a report or insist that management makes the adjustment. If they do not, then we can just go on from there. So looking up at your materials, I would like to speak about the first 3 adjustments you see in front of you under the adjustments recorded area first. I'm going to do my very best to stay out of the weeds of governmental accounting, but all 3 of these adjustments has to do what's referred to as the net investment in capital assets, which is a component of net position, which is the equity of the district in a governmental activities basis. So it's not in the general fund, it's in all the governmental funds rolled together into one column. There's an equity interest within that fund, or within that column, if you will. And one of the components within equity is referred to as net investment in capital assets. The way the equity is put together, the way the net position is put together, is that the restricted net position is a known number. There is then a calculation that is performed for net investment in capital assets, and then whatever is left over becomes your unrestricted net position. In the calculation of the net investment of capital assets, we made three proposed adjustments regarding $1.4 million for the inclusion of subscription assets and liabilities. That was an increase. A removal of the pension certificates or participation that were included within that calculation and should not have been. That's the $7.1 million you see up on the screen or in your materials. And then the final piece, the $358,000, was actually in the discretely presented component units, so in a different calculation, if you will. All of these were made, and they are, as I said, reflected within the financial statements that you see. It is largely what we call a reclassification in the equity balances for the district. I'm going to pause there for just a moment because this gets a little accounting-ish, so I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
I'm sorry, I have one.
No problem.
And this is just maybe a clarification, not a question. When we are saying that we are, so I'm looking at the 7.1 million of the pension certificates from the calculation. When we're talking about removing it from the calculation, tell me what the calculation is.
Yeah. You would like to know how the calculation is put together, or where the other side of it goes when I say remove it?
What are we calculating?
You're calculating a portion of your equity, of your net position, which is the
Okay.
equity of the district. The other side of it is the unrestricted net position. So it's moving from one category within net position to another.
Right. Brenna's giving me the.
Yeah, I
follow-
might
she's gonna
jump in
follow
really
up.
quick and then let Brenna clarify if I misstate this, but the district took certificates of participation out at a certain point in time for the purpose of covering expenses related to a pension requirement that we needed to contribute to. What basically our auditors are telling us is that they want us to record that somewhere else than where we were currently recording it. And so we just moved it in category, is how I understand it, having sat through this multiple times and been given very clear communication about it, but it's still complicated. So, Ms. Copeland, do you want to add on to what I just said?
I mean, I would just refer you, if you're curious, in the MD&A on page 19, you can actually see the year by year. And you'll see it starts with an asset value, your capital asset value. And then it makes some adjustments, call it some adds and subtracts. The ones that are subtracts are the ones that say less. So you're lessing, you're subtracting out some liabilities related to those capital assets. What we had done is we had subtracted out a liability that actually isn't related to a capital asset. This doesn't mean that we weren't recording it. The books were still effectively balanced, et cetera, et cetera. It just means our net investment in capital assets should only subtract out liabilities related specifically to those capital assets. Does that help?
Got it. That makes a ton of sense. Thank you so much.
I have two questions. First one is, what is a subscription asset?
Sure. So in the prior year, there was a new accounting standard that requires IT subscriptions to be essentially capitalized. So there's an asset placed on the books for the present value of that payment stream for the quote subscription, and the offset to that is a liability. That was brought on the books again in 2023 under a new accounting standard.
Okay. And the second question is, you referenced the closure of Great Works Montessori.
Yeah.
We closed a lot of schools over the last couple of years. Why is that one highlighted?
Yeah, a good question. Again, there is a new accounting standard that requires transactions such as that to be presented in what they call a change in reporting entity. It's always existed, that term has always existed, but now it's been more codified within the standards, and there's a certain subscriptive manner in order to show it. So within the footnotes, you will see a description of the transaction. And whenever there is a change to that reporting entity, which is the charter schools as a whole in our case, what they refer to as discretely presented component units, you will see a line item that picks this up and moves it to the proper bucket.
So it's basically because it was a charter school and it was reported like charter schools and not the District 1 schools?
One just quick note to add on to what Chris is saying. So all of our charter schools appear as what's called component units. And if you thumb through the document, there's a place at the back where each component unit is listed separately, but then on that statement of net position, the component units are all in a column to the right. A component unit means they kind of don't exist without us. They're still they're not part of primary government, which is us, but they are effectively part of us. Discretely presented component units. When it dissolves, its assets revert to the district, residual assets, net assets. And that balance of equity goes onto our balance sheet. Now, there's some other things that also go onto our balance sheet, including their portion of a net pension liability. So that liability shows up, right? So what he's describing is we had conversations. It wasn't that, like, we saw this coming and we proposed a way to record it that we thought was consistent with the appropriate standard. And we chatted.
Yeah.
And they ultimately agreed, yes, that's the right way to present it. And so that's how it's been presented.
Yeah, and I apologize. Maybe I didn't state that entirely properly earlier. We had a conversation, as Ms. Copeland mentions, in regards to the best way of handling this. They presented us with, hey, this is what we think we're going to have to do. We look at the standard, we agree with the presentation, and we work collaboratively to get that presentation correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions at this point? Okay. So the last adjustment on the top section of this page is an adjustment for $225,000 to remove what's referred to as non-lease components from a receivable. Just like I said with the subscription a few moments ago, there is also a lease standard that requires the present value of the payments that are going to be made on that lease or received on that lease, as is the case here. And there's a prescription as to what should go into those present value payments. There's certain things within the standard that say don't include certain things like utilities, property taxes, CAM charges, things of that nature. They would not be includable within the present value calculation. We discovered that during the course of the audit, proposed an adjustment, and management removed that portion from the calculation. The lease is still there, it's properly stated now, and that piece will just be collected in time. The last section of this page, the past adjustment section. So ordinarily, when we propose a past adjustment in any given year, in the subsequent year to that, there is what we refer to as a turnaround effect or a reversal effect. So whatever the impact was of that past adjustment in the prior year needs to be considered in the current year in order to, once again, make sure that the financial statements are not materially misstated. The only past adjustments in this year, in 2024, was the turnaround effect from past adjustments we presented to you last year in 2023. Obviously, those remain as past adjustments, and they roll off the schedule in the subsequent year. And then the last thing I will mention before turning it over to Anna, Anna's going to discuss with you deficiencies, what we refer to as deficiencies and comments, and any findings we may have had. I will steal a little bit of her thunder and say, in boiling down this 4 paragraphs, comes down to the simple statement of, we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that is considered to be material weaknesses. We did identify some deficiencies, which we're about to discuss with you, but none of them rose to the level of being a material weakness, which is a great thing to point out and really what you would like to hear. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Anna.
Okay. As Chris mentioned, we did not identify any material weaknesses. We, throughout the course of our audit, accumulate our audit results and then determine essentially what bucket of a deficiency each item or items correlate to. I'll start here first with the deficiency. Deficiency is essentially kind of the least severe or the lowest level of deficiency that can be issued. We do have a couple of those to cover, which I'll go over here on the next slide. A significant deficiency lies in the middle of a material weakness and a deficiency. So significant deficiency is important enough for us to bring to you, the board, those charged with governance, but not material enough to be considered a material weakness. So we do have one significant deficiency identified in the audit, which I will also go over. So first, here are deficiencies. We had a few items that we noted essentially relating to kind of year-end procedures or monthly procedures and really the closing of the books. Within those items that we identified, we noted that certain month-end and year-end procedures don't have a review and approval process. So we just really recommend that those duties that are being performed have a review process. So when somebody's completing a year-end checklist or a monthly checklist or reconciliation, that those are adequately reviewed, but also documented as to how and when they were reviewed. And then kind of going back just a little bit to those reclassification entries that Chris brought up, we summarized all of those three together. We kind of present them as one underlying deficiency. They all relate to net investment in capital or equity. And so we are just communicating those to you now. And really the recommendation there is essentially ensure the correct components are being included in that calculation. It is an annual, it is an annual calculation. It's only performed during the preparation of the ACFR. And then I will just kind of highlight, there's really never ending amounts of standards to be implemented. There was a little bit of a break for the fiscal year 24 audit. For the fiscal year 25 year end, there will be a new standard. It's called GASB number 101, compensated absences. In short, it essentially just, the standard is trying to provide for a more uniform way of reporting compensated absences. We do expect it to impact the district, although I don't know if you have a sense, Brenna, for the magnitude, but it's something that we will look at during next year's audit and go through the implementation process with Brenna and team. I did mention a significant deficiency, and the significant deficiency that we identified this year, reporting to you now, is over the journal entry review process. So essentially what we have identified here is that manual journal entries do not require a secondary level of review. In addition to the journal entries not having a review over manual entries, we did notice in our journal entry testing this year that certain correcting entries did not contain necessary documentation to support the reason for that correcting entry. So those two items we think go hand in hand. We would like to see some type of review process implemented over these manual journal entries. Because this is a significant deficiency, this is reported in the back of the ACFR in the compliance section. And in that section, you will see management's response to the finding. And then moving on from there, in this presentation, you'll just see kind of another summary of the items I just presented, so I don't necessarily need to go over those again, but we do provide recommendations as to these deficiencies. When we come in for the audit in 2025, we'll have a discussion with the team to see what types of procedures have been put into place regarding these recommendations. And then we did want to review the status of last year's results. We did issue 2 significant deficiencies in last year's audit. One of them was a journal entry review. You can see here on the status that's listed as not implemented, finding will be repeated. So we're essentially just rolling this significant deficiency forward again. The second significant deficiency from last year was calculation of our favorite, net investment in capital assets. This finding is considered implemented. The items that were included in last year's significant deficiency are different than the items we have discussed tonight. So we can close this one up, considered implemented, and move on.
I have a question.
Sure.
Does this deficiency around the calculation of net investments in capital assets have anything to do with our having IT as a separate entity purchase service outside of the general fund? No. Okay. I just didn't know if those two things were related in any way.
And that is that. Those are the results of our audit. That's what we came prepared to present today. We're happy to answer any other questions, audit related or financial related, if you should have them.
Thank you so much, the level of detail, and this is mind-boggling, honestly. I want to ask about the not implemented piece that's rolling over, and I have curiosity for Brenna around. I know we are we're going through the ERP process. As we go through that, is something like this going to be able to be addressed as we move towards using different systems for recording, reporting?
Partly yes and partly no.
Okay.
And in management's response to this, we do indicate that we did actually spend some time last year exploring, testing, and ultimately we flipped a go live switch in approximately like December, which was after the audit had concluded, for a system facilitated within PeopleSoft journal entry review for journal entries posted by the general accounting team and the grants accounting team, the manual ones. We are still trying to wrap our heads around exactly how many other manual journal entries should be reviewed, and until we have clarity on that answer, I'm not necessarily going to commit that we're going to review every single one, because I think there's always a balance of how much time we spend with accountants checking each other's work versus doing the work of the school district. So we're going to do our best to both use the existing system we have until we have new ERP, and of course the new ERP when we do have it, and to balance our investment in process with the risk-reward equation.
Excellent, thank you.
Director Kenworthy took my question, so I appreciate you answering that, Brenna. I just want to say thank you. I know that this is not always probably the most fun thing to present to us, and we have questions that are probably very laughable at times. So I appreciate your patience with us and the explanation. And Ms. Copeland, thank you, and Superintendent Dorland, because I know this is also a long process for you all. So well done, and thank you.
I have a question. I know we do a lot of audits for the district. And so I'd like a kind of comparison of what this one is. I know from presentations coming to the committee meetings how important this one is and how legal it is and all the requirements. Who gets this report, and what is the impact, especially of your findings, if there was a material weakness and so forth? What impact does this report have on the district?
Sure.
So this report, because there is a single audit encompasses the federal grant program. Because there is a single audit, this report will be uploaded to what's referred to as the clearinghouse, the federal clearinghouse. That will include the single audit work, a report on all the grants within the district, audited and not audited. And then it will include the ACFR, our opinion, and the finding. All that gets pulled together and then we'll package and uploaded. That clearinghouse is searchable by the public. So the answer to your first question is who gets this report? If conceivably the whole world. I mean, conceivably anyone who wants to see the report can see the report. It's out there for to be seen. It is filed with the state of Colorado, the state auditor's office, and with CDE. And anyone else? I'm probably missing someone. Yes, okay, thank you. That's proper terminology, thank you. The magnitude of the findings, I get this question a lot. It's always tough to answer because you're trying to read other people's minds. It depends on what the finding is. With a significant deficiency, it needs to be addressed. We're not saying it doesn't need to be addressed, but it's not like anyone's going to come swooping down on the district in a significant deficiency. Material weakness, probably the same way, depending on what it is. Everything in the audit is important, the financial audit as well as the single audit, or the compliance audit. But you want to be careful where those, if you were to have a material weakness, where it lands. If it's landing on a federal grant program, especially if there's material non-compliance, which there's not. But when you start getting into that kind of level, you start getting the qualified reports and things of that gets people's attention, and then you probably get, a call or a message from your cognizant agency. You don't have those issues, so that's a good thing. But it's possible that can happen if you were to have those issues. So obviously the financial reporting is always important. The compliance reporting is equally as important, even though we don't talk about it as much. Anna could run through all the transactions she looked at in that world, and we'd be here all night. But the bottom line is, the world can see these reports. They are publicly available. So the quality of the financial reporting is always important. And I know that Brenna takes it very, very seriously, to say the least. So.
Thank you for that. I was just wondering if these reports could put a school district in a kind of turnaround status, if there's something like we do with our schools and their evaluations. Is there ever a school district that is flagged?
I do know that the Office of the State Auditor does a report every year that they look for certain metrics, certain performance indicators for the school districts. And they don't rate the school districts necessarily, but they do look for, key indicators of districts that might be having some type of financial issue or trouble. You would know if you were in that category. But the Office of State Auditor does that on an annual basis and releases that as well. That is available on their website. It's an interesting read, quite frankly, if you're in the school district world. No, thank you. I understand. But with that being said, yes, the audit can definitely have, it definitely can have impact from that perspective. Our audit is focused, as you know, entirely on the financials, and they're focused, it's a financial audit, compliance audit. There's many other different types of audits that's looking at performance audits, or even audits that are over specific programs that we may or may not audit, depending on what they are and depending on their magnitude.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Dr. Varda?
I don't have a question. I appreciate all the questions from the board, and thank you for the work on this. I also just wanted to thank our community member who participates in our audit committee and was able to give lots of feedback and discussion on this. So Teresa Shelton is our community member on the audit committee, and I just know she puts a lot of time into reviewing for us, and wanted to say thank you to her as well.
Yes.
I recognize how important this process is for accountability, especially given the size of our district. Brenna, I wanted to see if there's anything else that you would like the general public to know, just to give some space to you, if there's anything else that you would like to say before we wrap up.
I think it's tempting sometimes to talk a lot about the audit piece. I actually think that the annual report, which is our financial statements, how we're doing as a district, there's quite a bit of text in there to try and explain it. That's actually the most important part, in my opinion, because when you talk about what can adversely impact a district over time, it's actually just the financial management and financial outcomes, which you may have a perfectly clean audit and not very good financial outcomes, and that's actually jeopardizing students. So what I want our public to know is that if you do review our financial statements, you will see that the district is in a very healthy financial situation. And so we do have some reserves to deploy as we need them. And so I think that comes out in just the numbers and the actual data in the annual report. And so I hope folks take a glance at that. Thank you.
Can we also just really quickly talk about the cover of the ACFR and how important it is? Ms. Copeland, I'd like for you to do the honors.
So I'm especially proud this year. Our cover art is by students at Fletcher Miller, and I think it's the best ACFR cover in the state of Colorado. So, thank you, students.
Great. Yes. Thank you so much. And Ms. Copeland, do you stick around in case we have to grill you? You're going to stand up. Oh, that's right. We said we're going to do that new thing. All right. Okay, so for our next topic this evening, the board will receive a quick refresher on the proposed adoption and appropriation of the revised budget for 2024-25, as well as the corresponding authorization to use a portion of beginning fund balances for the revised 2024-25 budget prior to our vote this evening. Jeffco's CFO, Brenna Copeland, provided a comprehensive presentation on this topic last week. For the benefit of those of you who are here or tuning in tonight, we have asked her to review a few key points before we vote. Before I turn this over to Ms. Copeland for discussion, is there anything you'd like to add, Superintendent?
Thank you, President Parker. Thank you, Ms. Copeland, for doing another quick review prior to the board's action on this revised budget. When it comes to the revised budget, I just want to acknowledge a couple of things. We all know, as was discussed earlier with Mr. Bowditch, our lobbyist, that we do struggle in Jeffco and in the state of Colorado with funding public education at levels that we believe are adequate. I also will remind the board and our listening public that in addition to our state being behind other states with funding of public education, we also have fewer local overrides in Jeffco Public Schools as compared to our neighboring districts in Boulder, Littleton, Cherry Creek. And we are struggling to keep up financially with both compensation for our employees, which makes up about 87-88% of our budget, as well as programming for our students. And it is a real problem. And so, I talk often about how two things can be true at the same time. And it is true that we need more resources. And it is true that we want to compensate employees fairly with living wages. And that we want more programming and opportunities for our students. It is also true that while we have a healthy fund balance, we are also looking at a revised budget that is estimated to use $38 million of that fund balance. And so using $38 million year over year over year is unsustainable. We've talked about that. And so that leads us to a place right now as Brenna gets ready to present and the board gets ready to take some action on this revised budget, where I want to make sure people understand we have unknown variables going into this spring and the finalization of this budget and into the preparation of the next budget. We know that we are likely, given some efficiency work we did with our budget model last year, we know we are likely going to go further into fund balance than we may have in previous years. We also do know that, but we don't know how much, right? We don't know how much that's going to be. We're estimating it at $38 million. It may be less, it may be more. We also know, as Brenna has pointed out in the study session last week, that for the last 3 years or so, we have used what we said we were going to use. And so I do anticipate using some additional fund balance, but I'm anxious to see how the rest of this school year plays out. And so that's an unknown. It's an estimate right now, this $38 million that is proposed in the revised budget. We also have no idea where the state's decisions on school finance formula are going to land. And one of the greatest variables there for us is this averaging. We right now are benefiting from a 5-year smoothing effect on averaging student enrollment. It is contemplated in the new bill related to the school finance formula that would go from 5 years to 4 years. And then, of course, the governor has publicly stated and recommended to the Joint Budget Committee that they remove the averaging altogether. We believe that's approximately, give or take, $23 million less revenue for Jeffco Public Schools going into the 25-26 school year. If that is the case, we will have to have some serious conversation around what that means for us in Jeffco. If we're getting towards the end of the year and it looks like we are going to be spending $38 million of fund balance this year, we're also going to have conversations related to that in a very direct way. We're going to have to run to the reality of what we have created over the last 3 years. And that is not to say that I regret anything we've done or this board has done over the last 3 years. I believe our efforts to prioritize compensation, to prioritize staffing related to administrative support for special education students, and other important investments were the right decisions at the time. And I just want to remind people that we have been investing some of our fund balance and planning to use it. When it starts being used, we are going to have to also begin to have those conversations. And so we're keeping a close eye, and we'll be continuing to update the board on what the budget outlook looks like for next year. But as you approve this mid-year budget, those are some comments that I think it's important for the board to hear from your superintendent. Ms. Copeland?
Great. So I'm hoping to keep my remarks to 3 minutes because I'm at the podium. We'll see. This is slide 9 from our presentation, and it's just a general fund summary of the revised budget. Green column is amended budget. You adopted that in September. Blue is revised. You see the adjustments and what percentage change in each category. Very pleased to report that our revenue forecast was really, really solid. Less than a 1% change in terms of revenue. Expenditures, we are trending, and we believe we're actually going to spend more than our budget, and so we are asking you to increase the budgeted expenditures by $6.6 million. That is based on seeing where salaries are coming in and how that's trending out through the rest of the year. But because revenues are coming in the change in revenues is a little higher than the change in expense, it's decreasing our use of fund balance. I do want to point out that some of that revenue change is related to interest income, and I do want to continue to mention to the board that interest rates are falling. They've fallen about a point so far in about a 2 to 3 quarter horizon. They're likely to fall further in the future. So that revenue is more short-term in nature. It will also potentially go away. The superintendent alluded to a graph that we've included here. I believe there's been some dialogue, and I think it's important for folks to know we have spent actual dollars, and we've raised actual dollars very, very close to that which we have budgeted for the last couple of years. So this is our revenue. Pink is adopted, amended, orange is revised, yellow is actual. And you can see that over the last 2 years, actual general fund revenue was within 1.2% of our adopted budget. Remember, we adopt a budget, we propose it in May, we adopt it in June, and we don't really know until June of the following year what we're truly going to get because so much of it is backloaded by the local property tax collection, but nonetheless, we've been within 1.2% of our adopted budget for the last 2 years. So that's why I feel with some confidence that our revised budget revenue number is a pretty solid revenue number, the 982. Likewise for expense, dark green is adopted, light green is revised, blue is actual in terms of our expenses in the general fund. And here again, our actual general fund expense has been within 1.9% of adopted. And so that means what we say we're going to spend in May or June is actually within less than 2% difference than what we actually spent. And so I do want to say, you know, it's been a goal for a while for this to be true. I kind of knew last year that we were headed for this, and you can see actually the blue bar is slightly taller than the revised budget for last year. So I do want to point out, I have some, again, degree of increasing confidence that when I say we're going to spend $1.02 billion in our general fund, there's a pretty good chance we're going to spend pretty close to that. So I don't think we're going to leave a lot on the table, so to speak. As we go into the budget process for this spring, we will be bringing you a couple of scenarios. First, we're going to talk about revenue, because I think that's the most time sensitive, and hopefully an area where we can come together with our delegation to talk about the potential impacts to Jeffco around our revenue. So I am going to work pretty hard with the team on some scenario forecasts for you all to be made aware of and to share. We'll be sharing it with our Financial Advisory Committee. We want to make sure there's robust dialogue in the legislative session about impacts to Jeffco that the superintendent already previewed. So with that, your revised budget, the one other note I want to make, I've only presented the general fund here. We are using fund balance in a couple other funds. So the total use of fund balance on recurring operations is around $44 million. The rest of that is in food, nutrition services, and childcare. And so as we think about what is the amount of spending beyond that which we're bringing in across the whole district, not just in the general fund, that we will need to plan for in the future, it's closer to $44 million. The rest of our use of fund balance is capital related, and you don't treat that the same as operating. So that's it. 3.5 minutes.
You didn't get dinged, though. Any questions? I do. So one question I have is, I know this is like two pieces that we talk about. There's the resolution, the approval to transfer general fund, and there's the resolution to amend the budget. My question is there ever an amended budget? Well, actually, it's because I've seen some things that say amended budget and some say revised budget.
Yep.
So I'm trying to figure out the difference. Is there ever an amended budget that doesn't qualify as revised, or is there ever a revision that's not an amendment to the budget?
Great questions. I'm a big fan of nomenclature that tries to help me keep things straight in my head. Our amended budget is whatever budget we adopt in September if we do so. There's two reasons we would adopt in September, which is very early into the year. One is somehow negotiations took longer than planned, and we need an amended budget to reflect concluded negotiations. Two is any type of accounting change. So we did an amended budget this year, not because we had any type of revised forecast. We had no line of sight into actuals, but we had an accounting change where we brought the two funds in. That's what constitutes an amended budget. A revised budget is what it's called in statute, that you have until January 31st to adopt. You typically revise on the basis of a revised forecast or new information or trending actuals, et cetera. So that's why I tease those two apart. Not every year will we have an amended budget. Most years we're going to have a revised budget.
Thank you, that helps. And also, I will say that for me, the first time that we had this kind of presentation and then we voted the next time, I tried very hard to, take the thing we vote on and match it back to the presentation that we had, and I had trouble doing that. Is it possible? No, I appreciate that you came back, and so now we can ask the questions. That's great. But is it possible to have that this thing that we actually sign and vote on, the resolution, in a draft form or something when we have the full presentation?
Sure.
Okay. It would just help me. Then I know I'm looking at the same thing I looked at last week. Yep.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you for keeping a close eye on our budget. It's what we've said since last year, is that we're keeping an eye, especially going into reserve funds. And I just want to reiterate what Superintendent Dorland said about budget, the shortfalls at the state level and the impacts that they have here locally, across the state, and certainly here in Jefferson County. The adequacy studies, inadequate, whatever, they, are telling us that we're not spending enough money on education in the state of Colorado. And I believe that we sit in the bottom 5 nationally when it comes to funding public education. But I want to lift up, I just want to say this because it feels like it needs to be said. Jefferson County and the state of Colorado are not performing in the bottom 5 nationally. So what we are doing with the funds that we have available to us is outstanding. And I just want to imagine what would be happening here and what will happen when we are adequately funded, when we are not having to look at the situation that we're currently facing, when we are adequately funded, how the conversation will change around what it is we are doing and what we can do. I think our teachers, our staff, our administrators are phenomenal and are doing amazing things with the resources they have available to them. I cannot wait until they have adequate funding so that they can do everything that they're capable of doing. But thank you for being honest with us about what we're facing and forecasting in a much smaller margin so that we are tighter on how we're using our financial resource. Thank you.
I want to piggyback a little bit onto that. You know, we asked you to come back and do this for the public so that they could see it. And I think it is really important for the public to understand. And we get a lot of communication about this, right? There's people who are concerned about the numbers. And so I think it is really important that our public understand that, one, we are managing funds well. We are managing tightly to a budget, which is difficult when the budgets are as significant and large as these are with the complication of different funds. But I do want the public to hear what Director Kenworthy just said. We will need additional funding to meet the true, I think, ability of what we can do as a district. And I think it is important to put that out there for everyone to hear that when we're thinking about voting for legislators, when we're thinking about voting for elected officials, when we're thinking about voting for tax increases. I think it's important for this to be heard. So thank you.
Dr. Varda, do you have any comments or questions? Okay, then thank you very much, Ms. Copeland. Now, do I have a motion to approve the resolution adopting and appropriating the 2024-25 revised budget, as well as authorizing the corresponding revised use of a portion of beginning fund balances as presented for the 2024-25 fiscal year as presented in board docs?
I move to approve the resolution adopting and appropriating the 2024-25 revised budget, as well as authorizing the corresponding revised use of a portion of beginning fund balances as presented for the 2024-25 fiscal year as presented in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any comment? It has been moved and seconded that the board approve the resolution adopting and appropriating the 2024-25 revised budget, as well as authorizing the corresponding revised use of a portion of beginning fund balances as presented for the 2024-25 fiscal year as presented in board docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
And that passes. And now we go on to the consent agenda. Items 11.01 through 11.11 are presented in board docs as a proposed consent agenda. Do I have a motion regarding the approval of the consent agenda?
I move to approve items 11.01 through 11.11 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments? It has been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
And that brings us to the end of today's agenda. We will stand adjourned. Our next meeting is a study session of the board scheduled at 11 a.m. on January 17th, tomorrow, at the Ed Center. Good night, everybody.